stood unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near, a home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. The darkness will fall. We rise with his spirit, we answer the call. The truth is eternal, the cross is our guide. With God as our captain, we march side by side. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk, forever alive. We are Charlie Kirk, with God we will rise.
Rest in peace, my granny, she got hit by a bazooka. Kaboom, kablow, kaboom. Rest in peace, my granny, she got hit by a bazooka. Yeah, I think about it every time I hit the hookah. Kaboom, kablow, kaboom. I was in my room trying to teach my little sister. Then I heard a boom and it sounded like a missile. Who that is? What that was? Oh, that granny. Oh, she done. What the fuck they hit her with? What the fuck they hit her with? A fucking bazooka, little bitch. Every time I close my eyes, I'm drawing plays about that blitz. Every time I close my eyes, I'm thinking about how they did you quick. Granny, I'm sorry, but I'ma have to go ahead and forgive him and forget. I don't know what you want me to do. You gon' slide, you gon' lose your whole crew. Homicide when I think about you. If you was I, nigga, what would you do? Rest in peace, my granny, she got hit by a bazooka. Yeah, I think about it every time I hit the hookah. Kaboom, kablow, kaboom. I was in my room trying to teach my little sister. Then I heard a boom and it sounded like a missile. Who that is? What that was? Oh, that granny. Oh, she done. Shots fired. Shots fired. Shots fired. Shots fired. Shots fired. Shots fired. Shots fired.
Pretty sad stuff. It's an emotional song, you know. Every time I put it on, it gets a little emotional. Hi, Fox. Hi, Fent. Hi, Rico. Hi, Captain C. Hi, Mira. Hi, Toaster. Hi, everybody. Hi, hello. I'm on at a normal time today. Isn't that something? Look at that. Look at me getting on stream. Poor Granny. Look at me getting on stream at a normal time. All that getting on at a normal time just for there not to be much content unless I'm missing out on something, unless there's something I don't know about, unless there's something I haven't heard. I don't think there's much happening other than, wait, are you apologizing to Gama? Yeah, I gotta apologize. Yeah, I have to apologize to Gama. I mean, I gotta make this statement. This one's a statement for Gama. Hopefully he sees this. Gama, I'm sorry for my reaction to your Soul Skibbity debate. I was a little harsh. You know, I was a little rude. I was mean to you. You know, and I didn't mean it. You know, I was a little heated at the time, and I regret my decisions. As for the women in my chat, as for the women in the community, I'm sorry. I told you what you should wear. And you know what? That's fucked up. And that's fucked up because you know what? You should be able to wear whatever you want. And, you know, if you want to look like a skimpy fucking whore, a disgusting skimpy whore, then, you know, I think you should be allowed to do so. And I don't know what I was thinking. You know, I was rude, and it was uncalled for. Cal, apologize to me for being a Broncos fan. Hell no. The fuck? I ain't even apologizing for that. Go Hawks. We're avenging 2012. Avenging 2012? You fucking kicked our ass in 2012. What the fuck? You guys are the ones who kicked our ass at you're in California. Why are you a Hawks fan? You're a fucking little bitch. You're a little fucking stupid bitch, Cal. Hi, Big Aaron. So, with that being said, which Super Bowl was Patriots Seahawks? 2014? Yeah, I think it was 2014. Hi, Gamma. 2012 Hawks were the biggest pretenders of all time. Oh, not NBA, never mind. My NBA Hawks will never be a great team ever in the existence of ever, because they do nothing but sell and trade away players that are important for fucking pennies. And they broke my heart. And I think it's time I just embrace my hometown and just pick the fucking Nuggets as my team instead. I should just switch to being a Nuggets fan, because I don't know why I even picked being a Hawks fan in the first place. I don't know why I ever chose to do that to myself. Trying hard not to cheat on my bitch. Oh, yeah. There's also two videos I gotta pull up. Oh, loud as fuck. I gotta turn these down. God damn. There's two videos we gotta... These are just two little videos we're gonna watch, short ones, just so we can get, like... I just want to look at these. Two phones. I got two phones. The Hawks sometime around then went like 66 and 16. Oh my god, what? No, I know what team you're talking about. We didn't have very big names on the team, but we somehow went like we're like the 1 seed, I think, or the 2 seed, and then we lost in the playoffs. We were terrible. Are you gonna watch the Mario movie? Of course I'm gonna watch the Mario movie. I liked the first one. I know a lot of people weren't a fan of the who they picked for the voice acting, but I thought the first one was good for nostalgia purposes. I don't think it was like some groundbreaking shit, but it was a fun movie. But Gamma, since you're here, I just want to apologize. You know, my behavior in the last few days has been inexcusable. You know, and I treated you not like a friend, but an enemy. You know, I said some mean stuff about you. And it's my fault. You know, I wasn't thinking straight. You know, I wasn't thinking about your side and how you were feeling at the time. I was only thinking about how I hated women, which has also brought me to the same conclusion that I need to apologize to women because I got to stop hating women. I don't know what you're on about, man. Okay. Unless there's drama going on, I'm going to be dead honest. I'm just going to react to whatever you guys want today. Cuz like I don't think I know that there's the Mizkif and Tectone, I think. Is it Mizkif and Tectone stuff? But I think like Dickers has reacted to that into the dirt. So I'm a little worried you guys don't care to watch that stuff. Let's turn this bitch down. React to Tectone. Okay.
Oh, you're here.
Now, where's the troubled pipe?
Wait, I'm lost. Isn't this city a city in Odyssey? Or am I tripping? Because this is about Galaxy, right? Man, I love Mario Galaxy. That's one of my favorite Mario games of all time. I love that game so much.
Come on, you're not the scared guy.
They combined the Galaxy games for the movie. That makes sense. That makes sense. And dude, I will say a Galaxy movie was something I was super excited for, but then when I think about it, I think if they do a Galaxy movie, they definitely have to do an Odyssey movie, because Odyssey would be I think Odyssey might be an even better idea for a movie. Just because I think Odyssey's easier to do. Like story-wise, movie-wise, I think. But
There's the problem.
it's Yoshi! It's Yoshi!
Hey. It's all right.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. And then Birdo's in it too.
Who is this?
Come on.
So some dinosaur just shows up and he's now part of the group. Cool.
Yeah? That's how it works. Oh yeah, dude. Yoshi's gonna go crazy in this movie. They really did combine it. They kind of did combine it. This seems like it's like Odyssey at first, and I imagine they go into the Galaxy. Which kind of hints at the idea that an Odyssey movie would probably come after this. I'm excited for this. You know, the one thing I don't understand, though, is where's Daisy? Like, they really be doing Daisy so dirty, bro. They're doing her so dirty. She's not in any of the movies. I don't think she was in the first one, if I'm thinking correctly. And I don't think she's in this one. Like, they're just doing Daisy dirty. Unless they're waiting for the third one to happen. Then they'll put Daisy in it. And then this is the last thing we're gonna react to before Tech Towns. Because someone wanted me to react to this. What is this? Excuse me? Okay, so you're like a dragon rider or something? Is this gonna be like a multiplayer style? Is this gonna be like multiplayer style where we could fight each other in like the skies with dragons? That'd be kind of cool. Okay. It looks very pretty for an indie game.
Dude is throwing it back on the bomb.
D-Rail, thank you, Chris, for the 50. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Oh my god, no, this is actually fucking horrible. This shit is titled the most boring video ever made. Microsoft Word tutorial. Chris. Okay, you know what? 50 bucks is 50 bucks, bro. I'll do it for $50, bro. I'll do it for $50 for sure, bro. We're gonna learn today. $50, you shitting me?
Welcome to the Mac Academy tutorial system presented by Florida Marketing International Incorporated.
Okay. Oh, I'm allowed to play Pokemon while this happens? Okay.
Hello, and welcome to Mac Academy. My name is Randy Smith, and over the next couple of hours, we'll be discussing Microsoft Word.
Okay.
We'll be going over the basics of that program. I'd like to welcome each of you to this tape and also to the Mac Academy organization. I'd like to spend, before we dig right into the program, I'd like to spend a few minutes and talk about some of the differences between word processing on the Macintosh computer, word processing perhaps that you're used to.
Give me a second, I'm booting it up.
And IBM compatibles are some of the earlier programs for the Macintosh. You know, today a lot of people talk about word processing, and they also talk a lot about desktop publishing. One of the first things that you need to realize is that there is a major difference between word processing and desktop publishing. I know you'll go down to your local Apple dealer or one of your software stores, and they'll try.
Hold on, right screen, boom.
Try and convince you that all you need to buy is one program. For example, if you buy PageMaker, you don't need to buy a word processing program. Or if you buy the all-new Word 4.0, then you won't need to go buy a desktop publishing program because it does everything. A lot of people don't understand the difference between the two types of programs. So I'd like to talk about that just for a moment, and I'd also like to talk about word processing and how to get the most out of it, and then we'll dig right into the program.
Okay.
First of all, when it comes to word processing and desktop publishing, a good way, I guess, to understand the difference is an experience that I had. I worked at a newspaper for 5 years. I used to come in and I'd sit down at one of those old-fashioned Royal manual typewriters. And whether I was doing a story or an article or an advertisement, I'd sit down at that typewriter and I'd type away. And when I finished, I'd take that hard copy
fuck is willingly
back
watching
to the
this
production
shit?
department. Now, in those days, someone would sit down at a photo typesetting machine and they would type out everything that I had laid out on a nice piece of paper. Now, the word processing part, that was the part of sitting there getting the words on the paper, kind of the creative part, the part where the creative juices
You have
are
your
flowing.
viewers over at
And then
Dono
the
is crazy,
production
not gonna
department,
lie.
They would take that
I'll
document.
do it. Hey, you
and
give me
they would
50. I'll
lay it
fucking
out,
watch
and they would
this.
set out columns, and they'd put lines between the columns, and they would do headlines. They would take graphics or photos with subheads or sidebars, and they would make your article or your ad look the way that you wanted it to look. That's kind of the difference between word processing and desktop publishing. I was doing the word processing part, they were doing the desktop publishing part. Now today we have some wonderful electronic desktop publishing programs that take all the hard parts and all the laborious steps that it used to take us to get our document to look just like we wanted it to look, and they've taken all the work out of that. There are many good ones out there. PageMaker is one that we use, Ready, Set, Go, Quark Express, all of those are excellent.
Okay.
And the recommendation I'd like to make to you is if you are professionally in the business of doing brochures or doing reports or doing anything other than just standard 8.5 by 11 documents, I would suggest that you get
How
both
long is this
a professional
video?
word processing program and a desktop publishing
Almost
program.
2 hours.
Sure, we can make Word,
Fuck.
and we will be doing that in our advanced tape.
It's fine.
We'll show you how to do side-by-side columns, and we'll show you how to take a graphic and put it into your document, and we'll show you how to wrap copy around that. But it is extremely difficult. It takes a long time. Whereas in a desktop publishing program with the push of
This
one or
is
two
not
buttons,
ideal.
you can do exactly you can accomplish the same task. So please understand there is a difference in that you need both. When it comes to word processing, and word processing, as I mentioned, is the function of getting all of your thoughts, your words, copy that perhaps is going to sell or make someone interested in your business, getting that all down on paper. And there are a lot of good programs out there. The Macintosh did not invent word processing. I almost wish it did, but first word processor that I ever used was a program
Holy
called WordStar
fuck,
on an
man.
IBM program.
He's-
and I
he's-
kind of get a kick out of
he's
IBM
literally
people
yapping.
who make the comment that the Macintosh screen is too small. Well, I remember on WordStar,
I wanna-
the
just
entire
teach me how to look-
third,
just
the
teach me
entire
how to
top
fucking-
third of my screen was a menu bar.
actually
and
just
that
yapping.
menu bar was just to show me all the commands, all the key commands that I had to remember to do simple functions in the
Hi,
word processing
Ben.
program. And so they had a lot of great programs for the IBM and the IBM compatibles, WordStar, WordPerfect. First program that came out for the Macintosh was a little program called McWrite. Many of you may remember that. It came with the
McWrite,
machine.
okay.
And for years, we went a long time without a word processing program because everyone felt, well, they've already got one. The Mac owners, they don't need another one. And then Microsoft came out with Microsoft Word, and they found out that yes, us Mac owners would go buy another program. Today
Okay.
we have a myriad of programs. We have WordPerfect for the Macintosh. We have WordStar is now available for the Macintosh. Full-Write Professional right now. There are a lot of excellent
What is
programs.
this bullshit?
Hopefully you have bought the Word program. That's why you've got it.
I
I
cryptid.
recommend it. It is the one we use. It does everything that we need it to do. So there are a lot of word processing programs
We're
out
learning
there.
about how to
Since you're
word.
using
Do
Word,
you use
and since you're
what is it
using the
again?
Macintosh, I would recommend that you find out
Microsoft
what this
Word
program is
tutorial,
best at, and use that
1989.
to its fullest capacity or capability. So we're going to be
We're
looking
learning
at the
Microsoft
capabilities of Word as we go through the program this
From
morning.
1989.
Another little caution, I guess, that I want to make. You know, I've seen a lot of word processors, and if you want to get really archaic, the first word processor that I ever saw, and this is going to make me sound kind of old, was a linotype machine. Linotype machine, you'd hit a key, it'd go up into this great big machine, it would find a metal ingot that had the letter. And
You'd
that would
probably
come
know
flying
about
down the
this,
tracks,
Cryptid.
and
You
they'd
were
put some
probably
ink on
born
it,
during
hit the
this
paper.
time.
It was very slow, it was very expensive, it was very noisy. And also you had to make all your mistakes on the paper before you could go back and correct them, and that was very difficult. Then we went into kind of the stage of the IBM Selectric, I guess the era of the IBM Selectric. Some of you may still have been in that recently. And the exciting thing about the IBM Selectric was for the first time you could hit a key like an L, and you could get something different than the last time you hit
This
the key
really
by
is
changing
boring.
a little element in your typewriter.
Hold on.
For the first time we could get bold, we could get italics, we could change type
Okay,
fonts
okay.
and get Bodini
Bold and
or some
italics.
other type font, and that was exciting. We used to line all the little elements up, but we were still forced to make the errors on the
He
page.
sounds kind of old
before-
too, Cryptid. Yeah,
or
he's a
we
little
had
old.
to print it. We had to make the errors
kind
on
of
the
an old
page
man.
before we could make the correction. And you may remember some of the ways that we used to make the corrections. I don't know if you're old enough to remember the little white pieces of paper that we used to string all over our desk, and we'd cram those
that a
down
new
in the
encounter? It is
typewriter
not.
and try and get the letter to hit right where it hit before to correct it. Then we went into a
That's a
great
crazy
era
thing
after
to
that,
say,
a nice new
bro. I
product.
wasn't
In
spit
fact,
out of my
a singing
mom's
group, the
flaps
Monkees,
yet.
went around here not too long ago. You may have noticed
What?
there were only 3 of them instead of 4. Michael Nesmith
What?
was the 4th member, and he did not tour. Reason he did not tour is that his mother invented whiteout.
Dude.
And he inherited about
What the
$43
fuck
million
are you
and
saying?
didn't need to sing anymore.
This is
Wasn't
good.
whiteout a great invention? In fact,
Yeah,
I
you
remember
think
just
so?
sitting back with that and just painting all over our page, and we get the
Let me
big
turn it up a
lumps
little bit
where
so
the
you guys can kind of hear
whiteout
it a
got
little bit
too
better. I'm
heavy.
sure you guys can't
But
hear
for
it.
those of us that had to do legal documents or contracts, we couldn't go through and white out our mistakes. And so then the real
Okay, am I switching videos now? Am I switching videos? Okay, I think he wants me to switch videos.
If you've been on the internet for even a small amount of time,
It said,
there's
"What
no
about
doubt
his
you've fallen down a
mother?"
few rabbit holes. Hell, maybe you've even enjoyed an iceberg video or two. Whether it be on YouTube, X, Instagram, or some web forum, you've likely stumbled upon one, a lot of the time by mistake, often accompanied by some out-of-context image or screen cap, not knowing whatever you're looking at is part of some grander lore. However, not all rabbit holes are created equal. Some are short and may evoke a chuckle or two. Some are mid-sized and
I
may
just
provide
wanted
some
you to
additional
think you
insight
had to
into the amount of
watch it.
knowledge you've had. And others are extensive, cavernous. Some are plain and in sight, while others aren't so noticeable. Only if you choose to start digging is when the true scope of their depths begin to emerge. Going through these explorations and cataloging this real-life lore tends to be conducted by only the most devoted and brave of internet spelunkers and documentarians. Many do so simply for its own sake.
Kyle Spites in the 764 files. 764, isn't that like a Discord cult or something? Or am I thinking of something else? Who the fuck is Kyle Spites? Is Kyle Spites that guy that... Okay, wait. Is Kyle Spites that guy? You know that video where it's like this father's fighting his son or something? He's like yelling at his son, and then someone shoots somebody. I think the dad shoots the son, but then he shoots the dad, and the dad just like bleeds out in the video. I think, is that Kyle Spites? I think that's Kyle Spites.
Others may do it to carve a path for future explorers, while some do it to bring a light to an otherwise concealed darkness. Today will be one of those tunnels, a rabbit hole that brought light to an incredibly sinister ring of online extortionists that deal primarily in child exploitation. Even though this ring has been operating for a few years now, it's only recently that their activity has become more widely noticed. Unfortunately, it doesn't end with them. All of those that lie under the umbrella of these extortionists seem to be a cabal of decentralized degenerates and perverts seeking to satiate their disgusting urges. Under them, however, seems to be a deeper chasm, dealing with the vestiges of Cold War clandestine operations, the occult, and accelerationism. This series seeks to brighten the light that's been shone upon this pathology of evil. We'll begin with the man whom inadvertently brought wider attention to all this, a man by the name of Kyle Williams Spitz.
Check DMs.
Early in the new year of January 2024, this video was re-uploaded by Dying Scribe.
I'm getting ready to blow his goddamn brains out right now.
Okay. That's what I thought. Chris. That's what I thought. Okay, wait, this is it. This is the video. Yeah, I was right. This is the video. Yeah. And then, yeah, 764 is like a Discord cult where they like exploit minors, and if I'm not mistaken, I learned about this cult recently. Someone else made a video about it. But I know that they blackmail a bunch of like teenagers and make them like do things for them. They're like fucked up.
Showcase Jeffrey Scott
I think
West.
recently, if I could be wrong, but recently, or if not, like not that long ago, a few people from this Discord group got arrested. So
Kyle Spitz engaging in a drunken
that's why it's recently
confrontation.
kind of popped
the
up.
man's mother,
I think.
Melanie Spitz, attempting but failing to quell the situation. Kyle would continue to escalate the ordeal by taunting the man, ending in West taking the shot he had promised. The bullet would only graze Spitz's ear and would end in Melanie screaming at West as Kyle ran outside into the surrounding forested area in an effort to escape any potential further attack. The police would be called, and a standoff would ensue between them and West, lasting about a total of 2.5 hours. It would unfortunately end in West taking his own life. Kyle and Melanie would escape mostly unscathed, for the time being. The video Kyle recorded seemed to be originally taken a few months prior in August of the previous year, at least according to the laptop's lock screen seen in the video. It would be a few months later when the recording would go viral, primarily on X, initially being posted by the aforementioned Dying Scribe on January 15th of 2024. Just a bit of an editing
Dude is
note.
throwing it back
Scribe-
on
Thank you for the $10, Scripted.
My video
My
next
video
in
next
videos
in video
ideas.
Of course, Scripted. Of course. Thank you for the 10, Cryptid.
This post was the first one I came across, and I did initially think his post was the first instance of virality, but I believe it went viral alongside another post made by Ragland1836 or Billy Ragland,
Made a video on
which
this
has
back
double
when
the
the
numbers
situation
of
just
Scribe's
broke.
posts.
See, I know who Kyle Spitz is because of this video. I don't know more than the fact that he was involved with 764. That's all. I know that he had some involvement with the Discord cult or whatever the fuck it is. That's it. I don't know any more about him. I think he's been arrested. I could be dead wrong, but I'm pretty sure he was arrested.
And was posted a little over an hour before Scribe. However, the information on Dying Scribe's post is a lot
I don't know
useful,
his full story.
along with a few other tidbits of info regarding the overarching story, many trying to find additional context to what may have led up to the initial confrontation. Some interesting screenshots would be showcased along with the main post.
Okay.
It would be about a day later where the Daily Mail would report on the situation. He would even show up on the Law and Crime Network YouTube channel, where he would be interviewed by Jesse Weber and tell his side of the story a couple days later after the viral tweets.
We are joined right now by Kyle Spitz himself. Kyle, thank you so much for coming on here, and very nice to meet you.
Between the 15th and the 18th, many netizens would begin to dig further into the story.
It's him!
It wouldn't
It's
be more than a day
Kyle!
later when posts like these would surface.
I cannot believe my ex has gone viral. I hope it haunts him.
Along with many other posts, accusing Kyle of grooming children, engaging in revenge / extortion, and being in possession along with the distribution of CP.
Oh shit.
Very notably, the accuser, at Baby Teeth Girl, would say he participates in some BS called 764. The same day, at Reddit Lies would post a couple of screen caps showcasing a post made by Reddit user Monty Gatorstan.
Chad, what is it called when you know how like some people like they have a fear of like flying, right? They have like a fear of like flying. And so they refuse to get on planes and stuff because they think they're going to die. Like they know that if they get on a flight, they're going to die. I get the same way when it comes to this stuff. Like when it comes to talking about like, okay, so when it comes to like online stuff, I have like a deep fear of like the dark web or like internet cults to a point where like I feel like just watching stuff or like listening in on stuff is like I could never like make a video on this stuff or anything because I'm afraid like someone's gonna like come after me or something. Like I get that like overarching fear that someone's gonna like fucking kill me or someone's gonna come after me. I get like so fucking scared. Like this shit scares me like unironically because I get worried someone's gonna like hunt me down or something. It makes me scared a little. I shiver in my boots. Wasn't I supposed to get TM cut? When do I get cut? Or HM cut? That'll never happen. See, no, I know. Okay. Evil Larry's on to you, Marcus. These people don't actually have power. No, I know. But like it's this weird like part of me that's just like, oh, if I talk about this or if I talk about 764, I'm worried like actual people are gonna like fucking hunt me down. And I'm like, bro, it like freaks me the fuck out.
Discussing
I get so
grooming
fucking
and
scared.
extortion ring, predominantly known as 764, posted 8 months prior. The user in her warning to the reader would directly name Kyle Spitz, associating him with the pseudonym Criminal, which can be seen in the screen caps posted by @DyingScribe of Kyle talking to an
are
unarmed
at
party
risk.
about the shooting. Just a
Fuck.
day before Kyle had appeared on the Law and Crime Network, another Reddit post would surface,
No.
posted 2 years prior,
No.
titled "A Long and Potentially Illegal Confession," where user Old Rain 7463, otherwise known as QB, would tell his tale of how he stumbled into the 764
Yeah, what the fuck? Okay, hello, my name is QB. I'm not a very normal guy. Well, right now I'm a normal good guy. I'm now a volunteer to save people on gore sites, and I pray 4 times a day, but I got a pass. I'm making this paragraph so I can bring something to be in a spotlight and more people can become aware of it. Back in early mid 2021s, I somehow stumbled upon around gore. I was watching an old YouTube video called Top 10 Things You Should Never Search on Google. There was a number that caught me and I searched it. It was regular mild gore. Me being immature back then, I scared people with it. I wanted to go deeper in gore. I decided to search on Google gore Discord servers. You obviously won't find anything right now to this date, but back then it was different. I saw a Discord group called 764. I saw it on Discord. The description said it posts gore and nothing else.
Ring. Listing off the many atrocities he had seen those within
There's a house in Westboro with the tree in front
sharing
of
of
it.
CP,
Okay.
and the
Fuck.
acts of sadistic
I'll go
torture
back.
and extortion, using threats of swatting and
I
dodging.
joined the server and it had an impressive amount of CP. Impressive amount? That's fucking evil. That's actually like disgusting, bro. Oh my god. That's actually like back then, and it's like, and it's 2021, dude. This guy's like 12. The owner of the server was named Brad F64 Felix. Same person, different name. I was expecting the gore, but I was just extremely shocked that it had child porn and other stuff, gore and Nazi/ISIS edits. It had a channel named Smash or Pass, which involved children. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. At that time, I joined Telegram to know this group more and investigate it. In their Telegram, I saw even worse shit. They posted more child porn and posted doxed teens forced to cut themselves and write 764 onto their skin with a knife. I also saw a lot of teens forced to do drugs such as cocaine and weed. There was a video where a teen wrote 764 with cocaine and then sniffed the entire thing. The most unlucky ones would have to torture and kill their own pets. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, dude. And then writing 764 on... Oh my God. And then writing 764 on the dead pet. They had a lot of it. I saw a dude had to carve 764 on his penis. I saw a lot of people doing vandalism and spraying 764 on walls and such. They can't code nor hack, though. They target weak people such as innocent teens with with anime PFPs or middle-aged men that don't know how online security works. They also target mentally disabled people. I used to think these groups were actually cults, but when you hear more about them, it turns out that they're just LARPing F-slurs that target vulnerable kids. Yeah. God damn, this is disgusting. This is really gross. Oopty Goopty, General Munchkin Man, and Captain Mustard Farts are now coming for you, Marcus. Lock your doors and hide your wife.
Along with blackmail, in order to goat their victims into committing gruesome acts, such as fan signing, i.e. cutting specific letters, numbers, or symbols into one's body, even going as far to getting their victims to kill and fan sign their own pets.
So gross.
It would be a little under a month later, after the initial recording of Kyle's video, where the FBI would post a PSA regarding the 764 sextortionist groups, warning the public at large. This PSA would corroborate both posts made by QB and Monty Gatorstan. A day before Kyle appeared on Law and Crime, Dying Scribe would continue to post updates and revelations regarding Spitz, including screen caps from @BabyTeethGirl and QB's Reddit posts. One other tweet would go viral from @GameNosh, humorously summarizing what had been found. Unfortunately, the greater public eye would turn away from the ordeal.
The dad is insane. Looks
But law
into it. Son is...
enforcement, along with
What was that say? What did that say? The old guy's insane. Look into it. Son is a jobless, proven pedophile, cross-dressing Discord groomer, mooching off his parents as an adult. Suddenly understand the old man's actions. What a roller coaster of a ride.
Summarizing what had been found.
True.
Unfortunately,
we get an encounter here.
Turn away from the ordeal.
This encounter is crucial. Hold on. Before we continue this video, this encounter is crucial because I'm pretty sure Aaron is in this. I gotta make sure he's on here. I gotta make sure he's in this bitch. Please tell me he's not. I want Aaron. I'm pretty sure Aaron's in this, right? Oh, he's only in the second area. Okay, I want Aaron. So I think I'm going to hold off on getting an encounter here. Because Aaron is the move, I think. I think that's what we want. Yeah, I think that's the move. That's what we want for the long run. So we're not going to make our encounter.
Would continue to work in the background. Not long after the Daily Mail article and the Law and Crime interview, Kyle would continue his usual activity on Telegram, along with mocking @BabyTeethGirl, as well as taking to his X account to post a handful of times. It wouldn't be much longer when the news of another tragic event would surface. A video of Melanie Spitz, the woman in the viral video, would be found dead. Kyle himself recording the aftermath of whatever may have happened.
Oh yeah, his mom died.
Death. Her body lying next to
Call it Big Aaron,
bed.
yeah,
Big Aaron.
Big Aaron.
Uploaded to a private Telegram chat, but would be leaked by users within the group. and the video would make its way around X a few days later. Many initially believing Melanie was the victim of homicide by Kyle's hands.
Gulp's a little weak,
Users
but
within
it's
the
okay.
Telegram chat saying as such. Telegram user SurgeHive XA333 would speculate about where the heavy amount of blood could have come from, saying, "For my POV, it looks like he shot or stabbed her." Very notably, he and presumably another user both recounted Kyle claiming to have killed a whole. A couple of days later, after her initial death, on 1/30/2024, Kyle would post a GoFundMe to garner
Melanie
donations from the
Spites,
news
my
of his
mother, was
deceased
killed
mother.
this morning. Why did he spell it like that? Okay. I'm confused. Why isn't Marcus watching the Microsoft Word tutorial? Because Chris told me to watch this, man. I like how he made a GoFundMe and he couldn't do the due diligence of at least putting a G at the end of morning. He had to leave it at morning. Awesome stuff.
Along with posting the news on Instagram.
Awesome stuff.
It would be a couple days
Ooh,
after
fake
that
out.
when the Friendsville, Tennessee PD would confirm her death when inquired by BX on X. The same day, BX would report on
I'm
another
gonna keep
revelation on
astonished.
just how deep Spitz's alleged abuse activity went. She claimed to be in contact with a confidential source, whom shared evidence of Spitz claiming to have groomed 2,600 plus victims, and had hoped to reach 3,000 before getting feted.
Oh, I do remember learning that. Spites is alleged by several victims to be involved with a child abuse cult called 764, which the FBI claims is an offshoot of satanic cult Order of Nine Angels. My source sent me a disturbing content shared by Spites that seems to confirm this affiliation, including a Telegram post where an individual sharing a username with Spites claims he has groomed 2,600 plus victims and hopes to reach 3,000 before getting feted. And I think feted means like caught or something. It just means like getting caught by the police or arrested or something. I don't know. That's insane. I don't think he got to 2,600. The reason I believe that, or don't believe that, is because I feel like it's common for a lot of people like this to inflate inflate these numbers for ego purposes. Not saying, not saying he didn't groom anybody. He probably did groom quite a few minors, but to say he got to 2,600 victims, yeah, I hardly believe that. He's probably saying that because he wants to sound like, I don't know, cool or something, I guess. I don't know, to him, cool. Obviously, that's not cool. But I don't believe he's ever reached that number. There's no fucking way.
On February 3rd, headline.
You know how many? 2,600? There's not even that. There's only 365 days in a year, man. He had to groom, like, on average, like 5 a day or something. Like, it's just not possible. It's just not possible. I don't believe it.
Say reported on the news of her death, not long after the video began circulating. They were even able to interview his father, Michael Spitz. He would go on saying that his son spiraled into the clutches of satanic cults 6 years prior. During his and Melanie's
That's too many
divorce,
victims to be real,
claiming
yeah.
Kyle was groomed into such behavior by an anonymous woman
It
20
is.
years his senior, a woman he calls Tara. Quote, he was just turning 18, and that woman convinced him to move to Washington State, and she groomed him and taught him how to do this stuff online, the father said. I hate her.
I hate her.
Michael would claim the death of Melanie was unrelated to his son's involvement with
Stupid
764, saying her death was a heroin overdose. His conclusion for
should've
this theory
double-teamed.
was the Narcan inhaler that is visible within the recording. As for the blood-soaked sheets, he claimed Melanie had serious liver cirrhosis and that she vomited the blood, saying her autopsy report would vindicate this theory. He was told by detectives that no visible marks were found on her body. However, Michael would refer to his wife's death as a murder, saying Kyle had nothing to do with his wife's murder. Headline would continue with some follow-up questions, asking why he referred to his wife's death in such a way. He would vehemently deny
So
this
is somebody
and claim
else?
his son's innocence in his mother's death and his involvement with 764. Even when presented with proof, he continued to proclaim his son's innocence, however shaken in that resolve. Kyle himself was found to be held up in a psychiatric ward.
Hey Skylar, it's Kyle. I just wanted to call you and let you know that I'm in a hospital. Kind of like the psychiatric one, but I just wanted to hear your voice. So, yeah. So, you won't really be able to call back this number. I'll have to call you. But I guess next time I call...
This guy
if
seems a
you
little
try
messed
to
up in the
pop
head.
You'll know it's me. So, goodbye. I still love you.
But would be released not long after. Confirmation of this would come from ex-user Grale, Kyle responding to her slew of messages.
Did you kill your mom, Kyle?
Kyle, just like his father, would also proclaim his innocence in regards to his mother's death. Two other Telegram users, both just after the tragedy, and later on, presumably after his release.
Wake her up. Why the towels? Those are sheets and blankets. They weren't wrapped up like that previously. You tried to clean it. No, I didn't. I didn't kill her. Her hair is all over her face. She's lying on the floor, and fresh blood is everywhere. Why is that? Question mark. What about the blood pic? I never said that. There's many people saying you did in a call, followed by multiple different pictures of you cleaning blood. Why would you even fool with it? I didn't though. The cops were all there. Her autopsy is back, man. I didn't kill my mom.
From the psychiatric ward.
Okay.
Later the same month, Melanie's obituary would be made public. Not too long after, Headline USA would report on a follow-up. Knoxville police announcing her death as accidental, saying fatal levels of fentanyl were found in her system, coupled with other comorbidities. Although not mentioned in the article,
fatal levels of
it may have been
fentanyl
the
were found in her
aforementioned
system.
liver
But then
cirrhosis
why is she?
Michael had stated. The article would go on saying, her death is not believed to be suspicious. There were no signs of external injury or trauma.
Okay.
The next day, the news of Kyle's formal arrest would be published. 7 days later, it was announced that he was formally charged with several counts of child exploitation. According to the Headline USA article,
I guess it is pretty
federal
possible.
agents were able to secure a search.
I guess it is very possible that he didn't kill her. Maybe she just had an addiction to drugs. The mom, she was smoking it with me. True, Fent. True. Because if she did have a lung condition where she spits up blood, maybe that's why. But I thought, okay, I think I've seen that video or at least seen like a small bit of it. I thought there was a very decent amount of blood. It's not like a small amount of blood. It's like a pretty fucking like crazy amount. It's a pretty like it's a lot. So I don't know, like the whole throwing up blood, you'd have to throw up a lot of blood for it to get to that point. But I mean, I don't know. He still got arrested anyway, so...
on Spitz's phone on February 10th and found an abundance of CSAM and violent content. The contents of one folder labeled Minor Victim 1 was able to help the FBI track down the aforementioned victim. According to the affidavit linked in the article, CART, or Computer Analysis Response Team, were able to use the metadata within one of the recordings to obtain the geolocation data of where MV1 had created the videos. They were subsequently able to track her down and obtain her testimony against Spitz. CART was also able to gain access to Spitz's Telegram chat as he left himself logged in. The affidavit proves without a shadow of a doubt that Kyle William Spitz had operated under the pseudonym Criminal. At the time of this video, only 5 pages of the affidavit have been unsealed. The remaining 28 pages remain redacted until the ongoing investigation concludes.
That looks like the Epstein files.
It would be a month later, on March 31st, where Headline USA would report on Spitz's not guilty plea in his charge of distribution of CSAM. Key word is distribution. According to his court indictment, he still faces 3 counts of production of CSAM, 1 count of possession and access with intent to view CSAM, 3 counts of distribution of animal crushing videos, and 1 count of enticement.
Animal crushing
According
videos?
to the Headline article, he is yet to be offered a plea deal, and if such a deal is in the works, April 26th of 2024 would be its due date. If no deal is offered, he will stand trial on May 28th of 2024. He has since been moved to federal safe housing in Blount County, Tennessee. Now that you're up to date with the Kyle Spitz story, let's dive into the group he was a part of, the sextortion group known as 764. It's important to know that the term 764 has become an umbrella term. It may have not have started out as that, but since its inception, many different groups have been made and all go under different names and monikers and come from all different regions of the world. However, they all have the same general purpose, primarily lying in the extortion of children. Their reach has become so prolific, Ruben Sim was able to catfish someone on Roblox whom claimed to be a part of Kaskar, one of the groups the FBI directly named in their PSA. This user was showcased in his video, fighting Roblox's gooning crisis.
See, This is what I'm talking about though. Like there's like YouTubers who will like actually go in depth on this stuff and like try to like crack down on some of these like these evil groups, Discord groups and stuff. And I just like in my mind, like if I ever touch anything like that, even if I touched it, I would like probably like freak the fuck out. Like I don't know, like I would freak the fuck out. I'm too like paranoid about like this type of stuff. It's too scary. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I'm doing something like illegal or like evil. I could never. Like it's just too scary. I'm too
The
scared.
user would find out about his showcase and reach out to Ruben. The two would have a brief interaction, to which the user would admit his involvement with Kaskar. Ruben would then post this interaction on his X account. Unfortunately, I can't show you this, as Ruben deleted his post regarding the interaction, along with everything else on his Twitter, as he tends to do periodically. Let's start from the beginning. Where did 764 come from? Whom created it? In a recent expose regarding the sextortion networks, answers to
some
those
like
questions
redhead
were
kid
revealed.
do it?
The now infamous sextortion umbrella term 764 was started by Bradley Cadenhead. Now before I show you his face, I want you to imagine for a second what you think Cadenhead might look like and how old he is. Perhaps someone bearing the likeness of Judge Holden from Blood Meridian. Or maybe someone akin
doesn't
to
he look like
Christopher Paul
some normal
Neal,
like
otherwise known as
redhead
Mr.
white kid or
Swirl.
something?
Maybe someone in their late 20s or early 30s. Nah, it's this kid, a pudgy ginger
Yeah.
who wasn't even 18 years old at the time of his arrest. However dopey this kid looks, he truly is a case of don't judge a book by its cover, especially when his court documents start with this bright, bold, pink text warning to parole authorities, stating, "Attention parole authorities. Prior to or upon
Was
consideration
15.
of this defendant for release on parole, please contact the undersigned district attorney's office at phone number to arrange a review of the video and photographic evidence recovered from the defendant. The evidence depicts child, but also includes video and photographic materials reflecting the defendant's interest in, fascination with, and proclivity for infant murder and sexual assault, child mutilation, torture and death, human self-mutilation. The defendant is dangerous."
He's
Going
dangerous.
through these documents, along
He's
with
just
news
a little
articles,
kid,
paints
man. He's just a
Cadenhead in
little kid.
very grim light. The kid had discovered hardcore pornography
not
at 8
it.
years old and developed an interest in more violent, gore-orientated content a mere 2 years
Age
later,
8?
saying he watched it for
Bro,
the shock value.
How?
He continued to consume such content until he was 16
Like, okay.
years old.
Okay, he watched adult pornography at age 8, and then he was watching gore videos from age 10 to 16. What the fuck? How? Like, dude, when I was 8 years old, I was probably like, I was like a snot-nosed little, like, dumbass playing fucking Pokemon with my little stuffies, like, sitting next to me, dude. That's what I was doing. How the fuck does this... I don't get how people, like, kids get into this stuff at such a young age. It just doesn't, like, cross... I just doesn't make sense to me, I guess. I don't think I was even remotely... I don't even think I was remotely, like, close to watching this type of stuff. I didn't get into the internet, I don't think, until I was, like, around 11, maybe 12. And at that point, I was watching, like, Minecraft videos. I was watching Minecraft videos. And maybe, like, some Vanoss Gaming or something. I don't ever remember... Or Markiplier. I used to watch Markiplier. Like, gee, how do people get into this stuff, man? When I was 8, I was watching Tobuscus and Annoying Orange. Yeah, like, see, that's what I mean. Like, when I'm around that age, I was watching, like, fucking... I was watching, like, cartoons and shit. I was too busy playing Pokemon and thinking girls were icky to watch that kind of stuff. That's what I mean. I was too... Like, how? I feel like... I mean, obviously, I don't want to blame parents. I don't want to be that guy that blames parents, because not all the time it's parents, you know? Sometimes this type of stuff is just unfortunately unnoticed by parents, and that's not really, like, the parents' fault. But, like, I don't know. I just, like, I feel like at some point, like, you have to take notice of, like, why is my kid constantly watching, like, videos online all day? Because, like, he has to be shut in watching, like, gore videos all the time. He became acquainted with an individual through an online game, Minecraft, where he continued to develop his fascination with gore. At 10? I guess through 16, maybe? At
Before
16,
his online
maybe?
activities were more widely known, he had popped up on local law enforcement's radar in 2018. His court documents citing various terroristic threats regarding his school, many students and even teachers filing complaints about the boy, saying he wanted to shoot up the school and go home and kill kids, along with comments on creating bombs. He would subsequently be placed under juvenile probation, but would violate his terms not long after and be sentenced to 10 days in juvenile detention. Unfortunately, leading up to his formal arrest a couple of years later, Cadenhead would continue in his online activities with his unfettered internet access, continuing to consume more violent gore and torture-related content.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at that point,
stated in an interview,
okay, like, bro, I feel like at that point it is just neglect from parents. Like, I just don't, like, I don't know. I don't see how, I don't know. I don't see how, like, you can't take notice at some point. What do you think so far? Well, I think it's pretty evil. I think this is definitely pretty evil, Chris. I think this is definitely evil. Little chubby ginger kid going crazy and creating a gore Discord server. It's pretty evil. Kyle Spites, like, is mentally, like, ill and also engages in, like, child pornography and evil stuff. Is it a good video? I do enjoy this video. It's a very informative video.
Written on his statement of facts form. According to him,
this guy definitely does
acquainted with
his
an unknown
research.
party through Minecraft, whom continued to deepen his fascination with such content. According to Wired's expose, Discord's security team had provided research that had showed Cadenhead had learned a variety of extortion
PVZ,
and
by the way, I
child
didn't even
grooming
see there.
techniques through a Discord server called Cult. Cult itself being another sextortionist group. Its notoriety
That's just
became more
ginger
widely known,
activities.
at least in law enforcement circles, when Caleb Christopher Merritt was arrested. He had been caught abusing and eventually abducting a 12-year-old girl. He was fortunately caught and had admitted in his police interview that he was part of the group.
Oh my god, man.
He was later sentenced to 350 years of prison, with parole eligibility being at the 33-year mark. Cult itself being a breakout from the comm networks, another umbrella term used to describe a variety of cyber-based criminal activity. I spoke to a guy with his ear pretty close to the ground with regards to these networks, and he was able to clarify it for me. I quote, "Comm as a whole is a giant cesspool comprised of many different groups and offshoots of those groups. This includes 764, Leak Society, Court, 2992, NLM, 7997, etc., to name a few. Some of the groups are just basic chat groups, while others are more focused on certain activities and or ideologies. A few channels deal solely in criminal activities such as selling stolen SIMs, swatting, doxing, and in some cases, there are people who are willing to do cut signs for others at a price. Other chats are full of hateful people looking to harm others, and those chats also contain people who want to be harmed. Kind of a sadomasochistic kind of vibe, in my opinion. Some of the
Like, see, I don't get it. You know, when I think of my, like, childhood, it makes me realize, like, how, like, good of a, it makes me realize, like, how good of a childhood I definitely had. Because, like when I was a kid, man, like, I don't know, I was just kind of having fun playing, like, games and shit and just enjoying myself. But, like, this is, like, you know, how do these, like, young kids get into this type of shit, and how do they get so, like, mentally unwell to the point where they're, like, doing this to themselves? Like, when I was a teenager, man, the thought of getting a cut scared the shit out of me. Now, to be fair, I have a fear of blood, so, like, that's why. But, like, getting, like, any sort of cut or anything, I would freak the fuck out. I'd be so scared. I'd be so worried. I thought I would, like, die or something. I don't know, man. Like, this is just weird to me. Read the context I sent. Check DMs. I'm forcing you to watch it after the next video. Okay. Second video where another F64 member has links to North Korea and being someone high up in the North Korean government, if you're interested, involves this video and is insane. Oh my god. What?
darker channels require you to do some kind of crime to get in, which they'll typically use against you if you try to leave. Sort of like gangs. Blood in, blood out. From there, Cadenhead created the now infamous 764 Sextortion Ring, claiming the initial server he had ran had hundreds of gore-related content, along with plenty of CSAM-related materials. The same server was able to accumulate between 200 to 400 followers. Why 764? Well, lack of creativity, I guess. as 764 is just the first 3 digits of Stephenville, Texas'
Yeah, it's
zip code.
It's a zip code.
The town
yeah.
in which Caden had lived. There really isn't any other significance.
This guy spent 2 years researching these 2 videos. I was gonna say, this video that this guy's made is, like, very impressive. He clearly did his research, like, looking through, like, actual court stuff, you know? Like, pointing out actual court documents and stuff is pretty impressive. And they both flopped. 200K is not bad. But I do think more could have definitely gone even further. I mean, 2 years of research for 2 videos and one only has 200K. It's not a lot for how much you put into it. I think he did a tremendous job here. He really looked into this.
Before
Kim Jong-un was in 764
into an umbrella term, it seemed to have been a bona fide cult. Caden had taken its reins of leadership. Many on the server idolizing him as the cult's leader. At least according to the kid himself. Unfortunately, his reign of terror would continue for a couple of years before his arrest in 2021.
The second one
as
only
Discord
has
had alerted
100.
law enforcement of Cadenhead's activity a total of 58 times. Before this, he and other members of the group were able to lure in and victimize many young children, primarily girls. They would lull them into a false sense of security in order to obtain explicit materials from his victims. Once he and the others had those materials, he used them as leverage to get these girls to commit various grotesque acts. From having the girls carve their names onto their bodies, otherwise known as fan signing, all the way to getting their victims to kill their pets. One particularly grotesque event mentioned in the Wired expose is Cadenhead, along with others, goading a girl known as Eve to bite her pet hamster's head off, along with committing various other forms of abuse against the girl. Unfortunately, Cadenhead wouldn't be charged with her abuse, as the Stephenville PD wasn't aware of the incident until the FBI brought it to their attention when asking for the contents of Cadenhead's computer in late 2023. Even though the boy was charged and sentenced because of the CSAM-related content, the interviewing officer in the statement of fact form says Cadenhead didn't seem overly interested in that aspect of the server he had cultivated, and was far more captured by the violent gore and torture content. He just used the CSAM to attract and keep followers within his server. The kid would subsequently be sentenced to 80 years in prison. 80 years?
Okay.
I mean, I think that should be the minimum. But other fairly prolific predators have garnered far less for just as horrific crimes.
I mean,
Sarah...
80. I mean, to be fair, 80 is like what? He's like 15. No way he's making it a 95 before he gets out. So to be fair, he's there practically for life. But a life sentence would have made a lot more sense. I feel like not getting a life sentence for like this type of shit is crazy to me. The idea that this guy could realistically get out. He could realistically possibly get out of prison at some point in time is insane to me. Like, doing all of this type of shit where you start up a Discord that is literally filled to the brim with CP and you exploit minors on a consistent basis. You cause people to like cut things into themselves. You get people to like cause harm to animals and stuff. Like, come on, man. Like, 80 years is crazy low. Like, that is crazy to me.
Brandon Burge of Beneath the Surface News was able to get a clarifying statement from Lieutenant Jeremy Lehner, one of the officers whom worked on the case. Lehner saying, to be perfectly honest, the CSAM is probably the least egregious crime he has committed. He's a scary kid. His whole thing is about online manipulation. The evidence presented at the punishment hearing showed that the defendant possessed images of young children, not only being sexually abused, but also choked, beaten, suffocated, and grievously injured.
Dude.
The defendant used these images to coerce others into mutilating themselves, including carving his screen name into their bodies and harming animals. Sarah goes on to ask what Cadenhead's reaction to the investigation was. Lehner responded, he couldn't have cared less. Lehner ending with, if he had continued access to the internet, I believe he would have continued this behavior. Cadenhead is justly behind bars, but unfortunately his legacy lives on. As 764
Oh, Big Aaron, thank you for the glizzy. $1.49 for the glizzy. Hi, Chris. You raped Gama. W. Chris.
Beyond him, and has taken on many different pseudonyms and monikers. The depraved sextortion of minors and the creation of snuff films still carrying on every day within the depths of Discord and Telegram. Kyle Spitz being a prime example of this.
How is that?
Legacy.
See, okay.
However, it doesn't end with them.
Maybe this is a dumb question to ask. I feel like maybe this is kind of a dumb question to ask, but like I to this day do not understand how this is even a thing in Discords. Like, how, like, Discord doesn't, like, crack down on some of this stuff is beyond me. I feel like you, at some point, like, there's something Discord can do, right? Like, I don't know. It's just, like, weird to me. Because, like, Discord isn't, like, a... Like, everyday people, like, a lot of people use Discord. It's not like it's, like, an offshore site or something that, like, is only known by, like, certain people. It's not like this, like, quiet thing. It's like everybody knows what Discord is. Literally almost everybody uses it nowadays. Like, almost everybody uses Discord. So it's like, it's a mainstream thing. So to think, like, there's actual, like, very nefarious and scary things going on Discord is, like, weird to me. Because I feel like for the most part, like, mainstream sites and stuff should have the capabilities to, like, cracking down on, like, some of these, like, big, scary, like, things and shutting that shit down immediately. Like, you're telling me the people who run Discord can't just shut down the server? They can't, like, personally just get rid of it? Like, I feel like they should be able to do that. Because I'm pretty sure servers have been shut down before. Like, I don't know how this is just, like, not possible. I don't know.
Cadenhead wasn't the only ground zero within his depraved community. Another user who went by the name Duck, or Gore Butcher, had piqued the FBI's initial interest into this sextortion cabal, otherwise known as Angel Almeida, an equally vile and grotesque predator. Just like Cadenhead, he used manipulation tactics in order to extort minors online. However, he is believed to be responsible for the proliferation of Satan.
They do shut it down? Well, what I don't... I guess maybe they shut it down, but then these people just make alt accounts and just reopen it or something and open it under different names or something, maybe? I feel like once you get alerted to this type of stuff, you immediately shut it down, and whatever the people can archive, like the people who run Discord, I'm imagining they can archive it and all that, give it to police, and, you know, that's it.
That now permeates within most of these circles. Not just any Satanism, a certain kind of Satanism. But I'll save that for the next installment. So until then, stay tuned, because it only gets stranger from here. Now get out.
Man, I feel very bad for this guy. He did a really good job. He did a very, very good job on this video. It feels kind of bad that he didn't get more views on this. I very much enjoyed this. It was a good watch. All right, we'll watch Cryptid's... Cryptid, are you still here? Let me make sure Cryptid's here first, because if Cryptid's not here, I'm not going to watch the video if he's not here. Hey. Cryptid's video is much, much shorter. So, you know what? Yeah, we'll do Cryptid's video first that he donated for, and then we'll jump back into the next one. What is this, bro? Wendy's presents
Grill skill.
Grill skill.
Grill skill.
Grill skill.
You need the one with the grill skill.
Hi, I'm Wendy's founder, Dave Thomas. From the day I opened the first Wendy's, my goal has been to serve the best hamburger in the business. A Wendy's
best hamburger in the business.
Hamburger. So I started with the freshest beef I could find, 100% pure beef, never frozen. And we pattied it into squares so the hamburger hangs over the side of the bun. Then we cooked the patty slowly to seal in its natural juices and served it hot off the grill with the customer's choice of toppings. No other hamburger chain can make those claims. That's what sets us apart from our competition, and that's why our customers come to Wendy's. I believe the only way to make a Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger is to press the meat patty. Pressing the meat patty is really important, and here's why. The patty tastes better because the salt is pressed into the meat and makes the meat more tender. It also makes the patty larger, so they'll hang over the edge of the bun. and people will like that.
I'm scared.
Pressing the hamburger patty requires...
I'm so scared of this fucking Makuita, dude. I'm so scared of this fucking thing, dude. It's bulking up. It's bulking up. It's getting fucking fat and chunky. It's gonna fucking knock his... It's gonna knock Aiden's block off, dude. It's gonna fucking destroy him. I gotta make this guy flinch, dude. Hi, Shinny.
Skill and dedication. You have to watch over the patties constantly as they cook. You should always serve a perfect Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger.
Please flinch.
The one that you would sell to your best friend. You have one of the most important jobs at Wendy's. Right now, I want you to devote your...
I actually had to watch this video for my training when I got a job at Wendy's. No fucking shot. This is awesome.
...full attention to learning the new four-corner press procedures for cooking Wendy's old-fashioned hamburgers. And while you're doing that, I am going to have a hot and juicy hamburger with mustard, pickle, and onion.
God. That damage is ridiculous. I'm so cooked. He's gonna heal, right? He's not healing. Okay, he healed. I need to actually, like, sack a Pokemon. I need to sack... Dickers is view butting? No shot, no shot, no shot. There's no way. Dickers is just good at getting views, man. Let's see what he's at. Let's see what he's at currently. He's at 157. That makes sense. I feel like Dickers gets that money, right? I feel like Dickers gets that many. Plus, Mrao probably rated into him, huh? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Mrao probably rated into him.
Yeah. All right. Hi, Bill. Hey.
We gotta heal. We gotta heal these guys. The chat ain't moving.
Okay. Yeah, Mary, what's up? I'm gonna pull you off fries today because I want you to learn grill. Have you clocked in? Yeah. Let's get started.
We gotta prep for this, man. We gotta really
With the
prepare.
grill, but let me show you a few things you might not already know. The meat is here in the cold well, and the cheese is over here. Bun warmer up above keeps the buns warm and fresh.
Okay.
Remember, we serve 100% pure ground beef. It's patted into squares so that the meat hangs over the bun.
Okay,
Now, the
okay,
tape I'm
okay.
gonna show you. Here's a crew guide and the grill training tape. Why don't you have a look at the tape first, and I'll check back with you in a few minutes.
All right. We're gonna watch a training tape inside a training tape? Now, this is some crazy meta shit. Oh, this Santa text. Is that a black guy?
You're about to learn some real skills. So let's get busy now. Come on, let's go.
He sucked his ass into the screen! Oh, yeah.
Now working the grill, Bill. It ain't
I've
so
not got a
tough.
fishing
But
rod
first
yet.
of all, you got to check your stuff like a grill that's set at 250 with the meat and cheese that's ready to go. A towel to keep your station looking cool. But most of all, you got to have your tool. Are you with me now? Get ready. We're gonna lay them down.
Okay.
Now, beats got grain to it just like wood. You got to follow the arrow to lay it down like
I
you
wanna
should.
start
From the
these
front to the back,
allegations.
You got to lay it down. Space it evenly, not scattered around. Next, you got
That
to
fucking
salt the meat
Dickers is
from the
view
back
rotting.
to the front to make the taste complete. Not too little, not too
Let
much.
me do just a slight bit of research real quick and see how fast it's moving for 150 people. Because I feel like for my I think my chat moves a little faster than most, just because.
Actually showing the front-facing camera on the physical phone is hilarious. Anyways, he continues demon time, and now.
Wait, does it? I need to look at those fucking screenshots again, I guess.
Dog. Okay, I'm not trying to be mean to Dickers. I'm not trying to be mean at all to Dickers. And I'm very grateful for the community I have and the chat I have, all right? I'm just making this clear to you guys. All right? I'm making this very clear. How in the world does a guy with 156 viewers watching him right now has made total in 2 hours? I've been live less, 46.75. And I've made more than that. Dickers was not kidding when when he said that I make more than him or whatever the fuck he was saying. How in the world? How is that possible, bro? How is that possible, man? I don't get it. I don't get it. His chat does move low-key really slow, though. You're actually not wrong. His chat does move hella slow for 156 viewers, but the way I see it is maybe a bunch of people are like, he got raided into him, and they're probably sleeping, I guess, maybe. My chat moves a little faster than his. Dickers fans are broke. They're poor. They're felted. It's crazy one chatter can shut down a chat like that, Shinny. Was weird. Message bungless, and he invited me to the Discord server to talk instead of YT chat. Well, they could be raiders that are asleep. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, it could be like raiders that are just like sleeping right now. Because that's usually how it works. It usually is like people get raided into people, and then those people get raided into other people, and it's a bunch of people fucking sleeping half the time. Is it nighttime for Dickers? Yeah, it's pretty late actually over in the UK, I think, right? He's in like, it's like midnight over there or something.
Finesse, you'll get the touch.
It's like midnight over there.
What's coming up next?
Why are the patties square?
We'll turn the meat and do a 4-corner press. Don't wait too long, I emphasize, or the meat won't reach the proper size. When things start to sizzle, you're ready to go. Gently turn the meat, but don't be slow. Just turn them over easily. We don't want a broken patty, that's a guarantee. Press out the corners 1, 2, 3, 4. Rock it a bit, are you keeping score? Top and bottom, left and right, and you'll get a patty that's out of sight. Press out the corners nice and wide, at least half an inch on both sides. The reason you press, you gotta think. When the meat hits the grill, it starts to shrink.
We start shrinking when we hit that grill. You know it will. We start shrinking.
Oh, here's the fishing rod. Here's the fishing rod, Ben.
When you see red juices on the top of the meat, it's time to give the turn and press a repeat. Do it again just like you did before. Do the 4-corner press just one time more. Now once you press this the second time, don't press them again because the meat's just fine. But when you see red juices rise, turn the patty over to the other side. Don't scrape the grill, we want it wet, you see. And keep the meat moist so it's hot and juicy.
Oh, dude, this meat is looking like... Now, don't get mad at me, all right? Maybe we got some Wendy's enjoyers in chat here. I don't know. But this meat does not look very fancy or very... I'm not exactly amazed by the meat here. It looks like an amalgamation. I mean, I'm just going to keep it real.
When the meat's red juices no longer rise, you can serve that patty, it'll win a prize. It takes about 4 minutes to cook, but just to make sure you can have a look.
Like, it's so thin. Look at how fucking thin it is. There's no, like, girth to the meat. Why is it so thin? I don't understand.
Tool and double check, it should be gray and moist to be correct. And orders placed, you're ready to go. Drain the meat, just like so. Once the draining is totally done, place the patty squarely on the heel of that bun. Now there you go, Billy, you give it a shot. Don't be afraid, I think you're gonna be hot.
Where do I start? What do I do?
Just remember the rap, Billy, and you'll be cool.
Well, meat's got grain to it.
Just like wood.
Follow the arrows.
Lay it down like you should.
From front to back, lay it down.
Space it evenly.
Dog, he is touching that.
Scattered all around.
He's touching
Next,
that grill.
I've got to salt the meat.
From the back to the front, it makes the taste complete.
Not too little.
Not too much.
With the little finesse, I think I'm getting the touch.
Hey, when things start
Okay,
to
white boy. Okay, white boy.
Gently turn the meat, but don't be slow.
Just turn them over easily.
We don't want a broken patty.
That's a guarantee.
Press them now, right?
Top and bottom, left and right.
Press out the corners nice and wide, about half an inch on every side.
Try choking up a bit on the spatula.
Dude, this is what Cryptid was doing. Cryptid was out there fucking doing the rap and everything while he was working. God, that fucking spatula
what's
is
next?
shiny as
Let
fuck.
me see.
Hurting my eyes.
Turn, pressed.
I was
Oh,
100% locked in watching this for
When
my
you
dream.
see red juices on the top of the meat, it's time to give them a turn, then press a repeat. Do it again just like you did it before. Do the four-corner press just one time more.
Okay. Look at him go, dude. He's like locked in. I
Once
gotta
you press it
I gotta
the
buy
second
some
time,
fucking
don't
repels.
press it again, cause the meat's just fine. But when you see those juices rise, you can turn that patty to the other side. Don't scrape the grill. We want it wet, you see.
Imagine the song plays on
Hot and
repeat as
juicy.
punishment.
And when those red juices no longer rise, you can serve that patty. It'll win a prize. It takes just about 4 minutes to cook. But just to make sure you can take a look. Use your tool to double check. It should be great and moist to be correct. Hey! When an order's placed, you're ready to go. Just drain the meat, just like so. Then when all the draining's done, you can place a patty squarely on the heel of the bun. All right, Billy. That's good.
Look at white boy go, man. Look at him rapping, dude.
But just to be sure, there's still some more.
I like how they casted a fucking...
orders a single with cheese.
You gotta love how they casted a black dude to do the rap and everything, man. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Here's the way you do it if you wanna please. Lay down the cheese in a juicy spot, but don't leave it too long or it'll get too hot. Tool it up, lay it off on the meat. Do it right, keep it neat. Drain then serve on a bun just so. Don't touch it with your fingers, that's a big no-no.
That cheese ain't even melted, big dog.
Cheese for someone big and mean. Use 2 full patties with the cheese in between. Don't melt the cheese, the patties have heat. Press them together and it's complete. Drain and serve like you did before, and you can handle any dude who walks through the door. If they don't want
Whoa,
cheese in
what
the
is
double
that?
plain, don't press them together. Just drain. Only serve a great looking patty. Never serve a burger that's looking ratty. But if something goes wrong and your burger's not right, there's no need to get uptight. If it's dry, burnt, broken, or incomplete, that baby turns into chili meat. Don't serve that meat. You see, cause quality is our recipe. Put those patties in a chili pan and save them for all of our chili fans. But if they have cheese, then throw them away or it'll ruin our chili. Our experts say.
What?
Always try to.
So the chili is made out of... The chili is made out of, like, messed up patties? Okay.
Pay, think ahead, or you'll be too
Okay.
late. Whether busy or slow, one thing remains the same. Keep your meat in the stages, that's the name of the game. No less than 4, no more than 5. Stage of meat's important, and that's no jive. Now your patties are hot and ready to go. Right in time with customer flow.
Stage 1, I'm raw, you just laid me down. I'm stage 2 and I'm getting brown. You turn me and
I'm
press
getting
me
brown,
just one
yeah.
time, but there's 2 more stages before I'm fine. I'm stage 3, you press me twice, just 1 more stage before I'm nice. Stage 4, I'm hot, I should be done. Looking
Okay.
good like I should so you can serve me, son. I'm stage 5 and I'm still alive. But serve me soon and don't be slow. I've only got 1 minute to go.
Damn,
The
she
protection
hot.
game is simple, you see. It's just common sense. That's the way it ought to be. When you know a lot of people will be coming around, don't hesitate. Start laying them down. When things slack off, do the same or you'll be wasting meat, and that would be a shame. Just one last thing I've got to say. It has to do with the Wendy's way.
Always serve top quality, nothing less than the best. That's a guarantee.
Remember this rap
What?
and you'll be hot. Give the grill your very best shot, and soon you develop some real grill skill. You'll be tough on the grill, yes you will. Mr. Bill.
Bill, the tape is over. Do you have any questions?
No,
That was scripted. That was
I
scripted.
think
He was
I've got
locked
it
the
all.
fuck in watching it.
Good. Then let's go up to the front line, and I'll get you started.
Yeah, Nick Andros will have cut. I like all these. It's fine. Dude, I'll be so honest with you guys. These types of jobs scare the shit out of me. I have never worked a fast food job like at a Wendy's or like a McDonald's or like any of these places where it has like this like lineup of stuff, cuz it's just, I don't know, in my brain it's too complicated. I don't know why. I have no fucking clue why. It's just too complicated for me in my mind. I'll get all stressed the fuck out, and then I'll be like, I don't know. I've only ever worked like actual like restaurant jobs where like, you know, with servers and stuff. Cause that stuff is a little bit more like my style. That's like more my style. Oh, Big Aaron, why would you ever bring that? Why would you ever bring that up? Big Aaron. Bro, if my high ass can do this job, you could too. I can't. What are you talking about? I can't. I could never. I'm noticing something. Okay, we're 2 gyms in, and we haven't lost a single mon. I'm gonna turn off XP share. Cause I think I'm too locked in. It's too easy. We're gonna turn XP share off to make this a little bit harder on me. Because two gym wins without a single death in my game so far. The only loss we've had was from Chris getting rid of my Trico. I don't think I would have lost Trico. Now it could be because I just have the right Pokemon for the run so far. But yeah, I'm gonna turn off XP share just to challenge myself a little harder here, because I don't know why, but this has been like super easy. This has just been so easy. They start you on. Why did my chat just break? Sorry, chat, I can't read you. I can't read you because it broke. They start you on one station at a time. They don't make you run the whole place. I mean, yeah, I get that, but like, I don't know. I would still be like somewhat like stressed the fuck out. I don't know why. And like, also, what if it's not busy? Like, what am I gonna do? You know, like, do I just sit there? Nothing like throwing some shitty food together, high and drunk at a McDonald's or Wendy's or Domino's even. Oh yeah, you're a pizza. Well, you don't make the pizza, huh? You deliver it mostly, huh? I mean, a real restaurant could also be busy trying to keep up with orders at busy times. Yeah, but I don't work in the kitchen. You know what I mean? Like, I could never. I'm okay with running food. Like, it gets busy. Don't get me wrong. Like, I've worked at restaurants where it gets, like, hella busy. But, like, it never gets to a point where, like, it's stressful, for sure. It's definitely stressful. But it's, like, it's the type of stressful that I can handle. Like, I'll lock in for like a good hour or two, and by the time I'm done, you know, locking in, shift's already over. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I like about my work is like, you know, you lock the fuck in, you just like run shit to tables, you run shit around, and then you're done. You know? I don't get fucked up at work anymore, but when I was younger, you clean or prep if it's not busy? See, nah. I get to like chill. That's what I mean. That's why I like restaurant, like the other kind of restaurant work, because when it wasn't busy, when it's not busy, I just kind of chill. Like, I just kind of sit there and I'm just chilling. I can talk to my coworkers and I'm just like, I can go on my phone. I'm just like sitting in the back going on my phone, like chilling. That's why sometimes I'm in like Nuki chat on my like on work day. I was in the fucking I was in the call while at work, just sitting there chilling. And then Mrao was I couldn't talk, but Mrao was like in there. He was talking to me or whatever.
It's looking real good. I think you got a handle on it. Thanks. Thank you, sir. Enjoy your meal.
Thank you. You know, it's an old-fashioned hamburger, just like this one, that keeps our customers coming back to win.
Ralts versus Ralts.
Cooking and pressing our hamburgers isn't easy. It requires a special talent, which takes some practice to develop. Every hamburger you serve our customers should be the best in the business.
Best in the business. Hell yeah. They better be paying them extra to do this shit, man. I'd be embarrassed.
Because I don't give up. When you're feeling the heat, I got just what you need. I've got
Grill skill.
It takes nerves of steel when you got orders to fill. You need the one with the grill skill.
When I'm turning and pressing, I'm doing it right. It's always cooked to perfection.
Okay.
Gotta keep the team tight. I've got grill skill. It takes nerves of steel.
This is literally fucking cryptid, bro.
When you got orders to fill. Look to the one with the grill skill.
Wait, why is Shroomish paralyzed?
I
What?
got you covered when they're lined out the door. When you get hit real hard, I said bring on some more. I've got grill skill.
Okay.
It takes nerves of steel when you got orders to fill. Come to the one with the grill skill.
I also never okay. The other reason why I never wanted to do this type of job is the cashier position. Because I feel like the systems they use are complicated and retarded. Like, I feel like... Thankfully, they didn't make us sing the song, or I would have gone insane. I feel like the systems they use are, like, really stupid and hard to understand. Or at least, like, somewhat hard to understand. Or it's just, like, it's unappealing and ugly. Like, I just like being able to, like, run, like, I just like being able to, like, have a simple system. Like, a normal, simple, like, easy to understand system.
It takes nerves of steel when you got orders to fill. You need the one with the grill skill.
No fucking shot, bro. I imagine it's gotten better, but would depend on the company, but... I ended up getting fired after some woman shit on the floor, and my manager told me to clean it up. I told him no, and he tried berating me over it and I told him, fuck you, man. Dude, what? I'm not cleaning up shit on the floor. I'm being dead serious, bro. If someone, like, actually does that at these types of jobs, right? It should not be the worker's job to clean that, bro. It should not be the fucking minimum wage worker's job to clean that. Like, as a manager, I feel like, no offense to managers. I understand they probably have some, it's not the easiest job in the world. But I feel like as the manager, like, dude, just clean up the shit, man. Like, just dive into the shit. Just dive into the, just get in the shit. Just dive into the shit, man. Just clean it. Like, why am I the one having to do that? Okay. I was a busser, right? That was like my first ever, job in restaurant work. I was a busser. And we were the ones responsible for cleaning up, like, throw up or anything, like, really egregious and gross. And I never understood that. I always looked at that and I was like, why? I was like, I understand that we're the ones, like, responsible for cleaning the place up afterwards, but, like, I'm not going to clean up fucking barf, or if somebody, like, shits in the fucking bathroom and it's, like, insane and it's all over the place. Like, I'm not fucking cleaning that. The fuck? Oh, did I ever talk to this lady? I think she already. Yeah. She gave me a massage. You literally are supposed to have special training to clean bodily fluids, scripted. That was awesome. Now we learned how to grill. We learned how to grill. That's a biohazard. It should be done by someone certified for that type of cleaning. You literally are supposed to... Okay, so yeah, so he's literally trying to get you to do something that you're not supposed to do. Because I know... Okay, so as a busser, I never got training for, like... I never got training for, I never got training for, like, cleaning up bodily fluids or anything. But I always had to clean up... Okay. This is why I will hold this opinion, and I will always hold this opinion. And it's only in this circumstance. It's only in this circumstance. But you know how people always talk about, like, oh, women's bathrooms are cleaner than men's bathrooms, blah, 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 blah. That is a lie. That is not true. That is the fakest story I have ever heard. That is not true. And there's one reason. And there's one reason why. And it's you're not gonna like it. But it's because of blood. And you know what kind of blood I'm talking about. You know what blood I'm talking about. I had to, dude, I couldn't do it with, like, I had to put on gloves, obviously. But oh my goodness. The amount of women that don't know how to clean up after themselves is actually insane. Like, it's like looking at it's like something died. It's like I looked at something and something died in the bathroom. And some of them didn't even know where to put their fucking bloody, you know, their stuff. They didn't know where to put it. So they put it in the most fucking disgusting places. And I had to clean that stuff. Should I bet on black or red, Marcus? I'm a betting man. I pick black. One of my friends in Bellingham had someone have neurovirus, and they threw up or shit all over the bathroom, and neurovirus got in the air. Oh, wait, what is neurovirus? Norovirus. What is that? I've never heard of that before. I don't know what that is. Is it evil? It's got the word virus in it. I assume it's evil. They know. Stomach flu? Oh, okay. They know how. They just don't give a fuck and are obese. Okay. To be fair, you're not, like, wrong. Okay, I kind of get it and I don't. So, like, yeah, people come to the restaurant. They probably get drunk a little bit. They drink a lot, so they get drunk a little bit. And so, like, yeah, I can maybe understand, like, someone... Oh, my God, I really got to use a rappel here. So I can kind of... I lost money on that damn Broncos game. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, to be fair, I knew we weren't going to win because we didn't have Bo Nix. It is... After the game, it is genuinely, like, at first I was fine with the loss, but now that I look at it, it's like, it is genuinely upsetting because if we had Bo Nix, we would have won that game. Like, it's not even, like, a question. If we had Bo, we would have won. We only lost by 3. And keep in mind, 2 of the field goals that we took, one was a clear miss. That makes sense. But the other one was tipped. If it's not tipped, it probably goes in and it's a tie game. And if Sean Payton kicks a field goal on 4th and 1 instead of going for it, we're already tied with a backup QB. If Bo Nix played that game, we would have fucking won. That's what hurts. I would have rather us win or get blown out. I didn't want to play a close match like that where it's so apparent the Patriots fucking suck ass and there's nothing we can do about it because we don't have our starting running back or our starting quarterback. It's actually fucking infuriating. We would have easily won that game. It's not even... It sucks so much. It should be Bo Nix in the fucking Super Bowl, dude. It's actually not even funny. It's so painful. It hurts. It hurts. Okay, I gotta lock in. I gotta progress this story a little further in the game because I don't want to be stuck in like Gym 2 already. We've been playing this for quite some time. I gotta make sure we're locked in here. But what was I saying? Oh, the cleaning up bodily fluids. Yeah, so like women would leave like essentially bloody tampons in the they would leave a lot of bloody tampons inside the like, so there's these little things that you're supposed to put your you know, your period stuff. And obviously, if I'm not mistaken, there's like things that you're supposed to wrap them in or whatever. I don't fucking know. how it works. But you're supposed to like clean it up nice and neat and put it in this bag. And then in the bag, you know, we can grab the bag and it's easy to clean up and it's not like horrendous. It's not gross. It's not, you know, it should be simple. You put it in the bag. Boom. There you go.
Where are you supposed to put the bloody tampon?
In the bag. There's like a little trash can compartment thing with a bag in it. They wouldn't put it in the bag. They put it like outside of the bag.
Oh, that's fucking nasty. Dude.
Or they would like, or there were times where I even had to clean up blood off the fucking toilet.
Ew.
And I'm like, dude, clean up after yourself, bro. Like, it's not that hard. I don't know, man. There was only one incident with the men's bathroom, and that was because someone got so drunk they threw up all over the bathroom. I thankfully did not have to clean that. And another issue with the women's bathroom was for some reason, I don't know. Dude, I can't even tell you why. I don't know why they did this. Maybe they were on their fucking period. I don't fucking know. Maybe they were just like in a moody, maybe they're just moody or some shit. I don't fucking know. But they would stuff fucking paper towels in the sink hole and then it would flood. It flooded in the women's bathroom one time because some fucking bitch stuck a bunch of fucking paper towels in the thing and then left it on.
Was this the first or second restaurant?
First.
Bruh.
They flooded it, and I was the only busser that day, so I had to fucking sit in the bathroom and sweep a bunch of water into the drain and fucking clean it all up. It was fucking disgusting. It was terrible. Yeah, we're not going to get our encounter here yet until we get a bike. Once we get a bike, I'll come back for Aaron. Because I want the Aaron encounter. Imagine I wait all that time and I don't get an Aaron. That would actually piss me off. But it's okay. We'll make it. We'll make it. We'll be fine. Sounds like they intentionally did that. Yeah, oh, no, definitely. They definitely did that. Like, intentionally. For sure. But, I don't know. It's just, it was retarded. It was annoying. It pissed me off. But it's whatever. It's whatever. All right. Next video. This is the next Chris video. Connected to the first video we watched earlier. Cam? What do you mean, Cam? Hi, Ben.
Hey, you okay? Thought I got you there for a sec. Didn't think the gun would fire. Normally it's just a PNG image. You seem alright, though. Looks like the bullet only grazed your ear. Anyway, now that you're awake, we can get back into it. But before that, here's the disclaimer screen. Got it? Good.
My leg!
Now, where were we? Oh, right.
Did you get an encounter in
Angelo
Dewford
Mita.
with a fishing rod? Yes, but I kind of want to wait till we get surf because I feel like, because this is just a regular fishing rod and I'm just going to get a magic. Actually, no. Okay. Dewford only has tentacles. I don't want a tentacruel. I'm going to keep it real. Or is it a Magikarp? No, it's Magikarp. Okay, Magikarp might be a good one. Surfing only gives you a Wingull. Okay, you're not wrong, actually. Old Rod can give me a Tentacool or a Magikarp. And then there's Whalmer if I go further with a better rod. I don't know. I might wait. No, we should waste one of them on a Magikarp. We should waste one of the fishing places on a Magikarp would make sense. That would be very helpful. But I don't know if I want Dewford to be the one that I use it on. I don't know.
As said in the previous video, Almeida was the other ground zero within Cadenhead's initial cabal of degenerates. Almeida's first notable run-in with the law was in 2018. He was arrested and later convicted of vehicular burglary in Grand Theft Auto, initially having a juvenile custody warrant
My computer
for
broke for a
absconding
second.
supervision. He was caught and later admitted to the police in his interview that he had stolen 3 vehicles, along with being found in connection with 5
Can we get
prior
you to play
vehicular
Monster Hunter
burglaries.
Stories 3 when it comes
would
out?
be a
Yeah,
few
of
months
course.
later in February of 2019,
I'll play that.
where he would be sentenced to 18 months in prison, but only serve 13, being
Hi,
released
Nate,
on
by
March
the way.
1st of 2020, and at some point, according to the Wired expose, would move in with some family in Queens, New York. Unfortunately,
Yeah, you know
Almeida
what,
would
let's-
be all but reformed.
let's do that.
Instead of
Let's-
burglaries and carjacking, he would primarily participate in Cadenhead's extortion cult, 764. being one of his core members, indulging in much of the abuse you'd come to expect from within these networks. Almeida initially came to the FBI's attention in late 2021 when various anonymous tips alerted them to his presence, warning them of the potential danger he posed. His court documents stating, Almeida posts pictures of children in bondage wear, threatens to kill, sacrifice, and rape people, has met up with a 16-year-old, of which he was charged, may have targeted other potential victims, and is a very dangerous individual.
This town has
to
water.
Go on to ID a couple of
let's do
social
this
media
one.
profiles operated by Almeida. The first being a Facebook account going by the moniker Sergeant Gray, an Instagram account going by the pseudonym Necropedocell, and a second Instagram account going by Stainlord352. The first would showcase the now.
Okay. An old rod can get me a Magikarp or a Goldeen. I pray on my life I don't get a Goldeen.
Now fairly infamous pictures taken by Almeida, one of which showcasing the 09A Black Flag, specifically the Temple of Blood's version. Law enforcement was able to confirm his identity by comparing the pictures he had posted to the photos in his Florida arrest records, but also through his purchase of the balaclava mask seen in one of the showcase photos. Second account, Necropedocell, would showcase more evidence of his illegal firearms possession, along with a disturbing photo of a child bound and gagged, with the caption, "Life's always been shit. Still I see the past through rose-colored lenses." The Stain account would showcase many threats of violence the tipster had alerted them to,
Level 10
including showcases of animal abuse, specifically of a cat having been stabbed to death with the
dude.
caption, "No limits evil," and a dog being terrorized with an airsoft gun, with the caption, "Bringing this classic back because I'm getting too much followers and I don't want soft cocks orbiting." He would continue to post himself holding up handguns toward the camera, along with posting his admission to owning firearms, fully aware it was illegal for him to do so, and threats of a shootout should law enforcement try to arrest him. They would also find and showcase this picture posted by his Stain account. Wow, what a swell guy. Through these posts, law enforcement were able to obtain a search warrant of Almeida.
Now, hold on. I gotta lock in a little bit here because I don't want to kill this. I don't want to kill the Magikarp. I want to make sure it lives. I want to make sure this thing lives. I don't want to kill it. Because a Magikarp could be very helpful in the long run. A Gyarados could actually be pretty good. I think Poison Sting might do just enough and maybe poisons it. Okay, yeah, Poison Sting does what I need it to do. Ben, I said I would name one after you, man. For being the one that stuck around for me that one day. I think Gyarados would be a good fit for you, Mr. Ben. Okay. Oh, wait, and in this generation, we have Mega Evolution. Yeah, we're definitely getting a Magikarp. That's actually a good idea. Okay.
Almeida's residence, and subsequently were able to obtain the handgun showcased in the posts, its ammunition, the flag, and a few other occult
I was here too.
artifacts,
Oh, true. Nate was
including
here.
a custom demonic contract, Temple of Blood
Nate, you
patches,
were here. You're a
some
real
occult
one, Nate.
literature, and 4 digital devices.
Assets.
According to the
Fuck
Wired
you. This is
expose,
why you don't get
digital
named after
forensics
Garrett.
were able to
That's
find
why you
hundreds
don't.
of
This is
thousands
why
of
you're not getting
files,
named.
including tons of CSAM related materials, along with his communications and evidence of his involvement with Cadenhead
Isn't that late game?
764.
It is late game, but
He
it's
was also
okay.
found to have groomed and extorted multiple minors, coercing them to create CSAM of themselves, and had forced them to commit sexual acts with him. One highlight showcased in the article was Almeida forcing one girl to cut her neck and allowing him to drink the blood from the wound.
Ew. Fuck, this guy's disgusting, dude.
He has since been charged with 1 count of a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition, 1 count of sexual exploitation and attempted sexual exploitation of a child, 1 count of coercion and enticement, and 1 count of possession of CP. Almeida has yet to face trial, but has remained in federal custody pending his trial since late 2021. He will likely face a lifetime of imprisonment. Even with this sentencing looming over his shoulder, he still feels it necessary to act like a psychotic ape in the courtroom, going as far to not only attempt to attack a DOJ employee at his hearing, but also his own defense attorney. Now that Almeida is out of the way, let's get into the elephant in the room. The Order of Nine Angles.
Address me.
The Order is an exceptionally mysterious organization. Should you choose to dive into this topic, you'll be met with our first point of discussion, the thick fog that surrounds them. The fog is by design, not only deployed and used by the Order themselves, but also by those whom have a vested interest in their destruction, spearheaded primarily by the Five Eyes, otherwise known as the Anglosphere Intelligence Alliance, comprising the likes of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. This fog serves a few different purposes. The first is to hide or obscure the truth, as showcased by many news articles, and even a fairly large YouTuber, falsely associating the Order with the likes of sextortionist rings such as 764, incorrectly claiming that Cadenhead's cabal is a direct offshoot of the Angles.
764 is basically an online extortion ring deliberately going after minors, forcing—
Wait, hold on. Route 109 has grass? Or a cave? Skrelp, Clauncher, Krabby, and Frillish. Okay, that's gotta be like fucking... Yeah, that's gotta be like something else. Surf... Because Route 109 only has surfing. I can't really get anything out of Route 109, so... I'm gonna get Pokemon... Catch a Jinx named Marcus. Okay, fuck you, man.
Very inappropriate things and dealing those clips on the dark web. They use threats, blackmail, and manipulation to get
Sounds
clips
like he
of
might
these
not be
minors
sane
doing
if he's
very
attacking his
inappropriate
defense
acts, which they then
attorney.
share with their peers on Telegram, which happens to also be their base of operation. Notably, these groups have as many as 5,000
Yeah, I don't think this guy seems right in the head. I'm gonna be honest.
Clips are shared on Telegram. Other members
I like Skrelp. Skrelp is a pretty awesome guy. Yeah, he's pretty
cool. More control, and also, as I mentioned, trade them on the dark web. They do all this apparently with the end goal being to gain notoriety and rise in status within their group. That sort of answers the why question, to which then leaves us with who. Who are these guys and where did they come from? Well, they are apparently an offshoot of Order of Nine Angels.
Just a quick side note, it's angle, as in obtuse angle, not angels. Like, come on, Tub, you have 2 million subscribers. I know you probably outsource your scripts most of the time, but at least do a little bit of research on your part.
Damn! He called Tub out. He said, fuck you, Tub.
Around, guided by their affinity for violence and known for their worship of Hitler, Satanism, and pieces of the Wiccan religion.
Not only does the Order predate all of these sextortion networks by many decades, it's stated in the Wired article that 764 essentially branches off from Cult, another sextortion ring where its creator, Bradley Cadenhead, had learned to groom children prior. The only connection these networks have with the Angles is a superficial co-opting of their aesthetics. The second is to serve the Five Eyes as a tool for disinformation in order to mitigate any more potential converts into true Angle ranks.
The CIA names glow in the dark. You can see them if you're driving.
Given the dangerous subversive nature the Order poses. And the third is to act as a honeypot in order to catch psychotic predators like Almeida.
I'm gonna drive on ice to get chicken tenders.
Case in point is all of the occult paraphernalia seized by law enforcement.
I got chicken tenders last night.
Documents were not of Angle origin, nor official doctrine.
Is that the fucking...
Rather, they were
Is that the Zodiac Killer? Is that a picture of the Zodiac Killer? Man, let me be I'm gonna be brutally honest, man. This shit is cringe as fuck. I've always felt like people who like do this shit, you know, this is so cringe, bro. Come on, man. Come on. This kid just called me mommy? What? What?
Related, or they were from the O9A American Nexion and known honeypot, the Temple of Blood. The decentralized and individualistic nature of the Order is a double-edged sword. The concept of a Nexion is a prime example of that. According to Naus, a book of genuine O9A doctrine, on page 104 in the Notes on Esoteric Tradition section near the end, a Nexion is essentially a gate. There are two types. Ones that are within us by virtue of our psyche, and the second one which is physical, where, quote, the acausal is joined with the causal, and where energy may flow from one universe to another. Causal is describing the physical, bound by 3D space. Acausal describes the metaphysical, that which is not bound by 3D space. Am I tripping?
Did he just use surf?
According to Naus, Nexions are also described as stargates, and are thought to be in literal, physical places in space. The nearest one, apparently, is said to be by the planet Saturn. However, in this context, Nexions are being used to describe breakaways or branch-offs from the original trunk of the O9A. None of them are to be trusted, as anyone can claim Nexion status, from people like Almeida to people like Joshua Caleb Sutter, the founder of the aforementioned Temple of Blood, and recently confirmed FBI informant since at least 2003.
This shit is spooky stuff, man.
I used to think that these memes you'd see crop up from organized right-wing political rallies, accusing them of being federally sanctioned honeypots, were more or less hyperbole. Some pretty funny jokes and images spawning out of it. A smaller, more cynical part of my mind thought it may have been more of a dismissing of genuine grassroots populist right-wing movements. A way for people online to hand-wave away their lack of real-world participation in lieu of dunking on their political opposition on Zitter. Or, for the more paranoid, a demoralization tactic. Learning of Joshua Sutter's story has completely 180'd my opinion. I now assume that these rallies are federally sanctioned honeypots until proven otherwise. Joshua Sutter is a very interesting man whom has led a very interesting life. From his teenage years to the present, the man has been entrenched in extreme political ideology.
Hyperbole.
His father, David Sutter, is a retired minister and white supremacist whom ran the Southern Patriot Shop and was a prominent member within the League of the South, a Southern secessionist group. Joshua would follow
That's gotta
his
be some
father's
crazy
footsteps
shit,
and then
man.
some. He too would become
That's gotta
a
be some
preacher.
crazy shit, man. Imagine being born into a family that's like actual white supremacists. Like, cause like, there's like people who think their parents are like racist and like, what, they probably said like the N-word or something once, and they're like, oh, my parents are fucking white supremacist racist. Ah. And all they did was like say the N-word or something. But there's like some people out there who's like actually got like parents that actively engage in like really fucked up shit. And that's like I wonder what that's like, you know? It kind of makes you wonder like what is it like being raised in like a household like that? I mean, obviously it can't be good. It obviously cannot be good. It's obviously bad. I feel like it's a terrible upbringing. Half is his wife and still alive though he's dead. Oh, wait, I don't know. Oh, you were, bro, just dogged on Tub for saying Order of 9 Angels and then says hyperbole. Look at you, Fox. Look at you. Have you just started the video? Yeah, we finished up Cryptid's video, and now we're on. Ooh, don't switch out. Now we're on this one. We're 10 minutes in.
But for the Church of the Sons of Yahweh, a white supremacist Christian identity group. He would also join and rise to the ranks of the Aryan Nations, a neo-Nazi and white supremacist organization that has been considered a domestic terrorism threat, as they were directly named by the FBI in their congressional statement regarding the subject. The organization today, however, is considered inactive, and its leadership and members fragmented. During Joshua's early involvement with the Aryan Nations, his extremism was genuine. After the September 11th attacks on the World Trade Centers, Joshua would assume the title of Minister for the Islamic Liaison, essentially acting as a means of communication and a diplomat for any potential radical jihadi groups looking to ally themselves with the Aryan Nations. It would be in 2002 when he would catch the attention of federal authorities after he released a message of solidarity and support for Saddam Hussein, wishing for the extinction of the evil regime of the United States. Quote, "It is my humble opinion before God, the creator of the universe, that the evil regime of the United States
This shit
that supports
goes
the genocide
far.
of God-fearing people and serves only one master,
Holy
the
fuck.
satanic Jew, shall be utterly wiped off the face of the earth. Numerous individuals here in the States who are aware of the true nature of the world situation are fortifying in rural areas. The light of God and truth shall only shine at full light in the Western world, when the sickness of Jewish influence is wiped away completely." Joshua would continue his work within the High Council of the Aryan Nations, alongside his associate and one of the former leaders of the Aryan Nations, August Kreese, partaking in rallies, posting on the nation's website, and participating in the Church of the Sons of Yahweh, even calling himself
holy
a
shit,
Phineas
man.
priest.
This went from a story about some like goofball who clearly had like mental issues and, you know, got into some trouble with his like mom dying in the room. There's like blood everywhere, blah, blah, blah. I got arrested because he has like child porn on his shit. And he's engaged in 764 to somehow this 764 shit is linked to a guy who's got ties to like white supremacist groups and shit. I mean, it's not surprising. It isn't surprising in the slightest because it is very like fucked up groups. But holy shit, man.
A term
This
stemming
goes
from a
deep.
story in the Old Testament. A Hebrew man named Phineas, whom killed an interfaith couple, and was given permanent priesthood as a reward. this term being used in a racial context in this case.
I'm thinking.
It wouldn't be until 2003 when Joshua would be arrested by federal agents after
train
attempting
first.
to buy a Glock with an obliterated serial number, along with an unregistered suppressor in Philadelphia. His father saying his son left with a friend on that day, and his next contact would be a 2-minute phone call from a Philly-based jail. His arrest being a part of a larger sting operation involving David Wayne Hull.
Okay, I gotta think about Route 110 for a second here. Because, okay, so we can get a Voltorb, a Wingull, a Oddish, a Minun. I thought you could get Plusle, but I could be wrong. Gulpin or Electric. I feel there is a Mega Stone for Electric, and I think you can get it. Or however you say his name. I don't know how to say his name. I think that might be the one, but Gulpin could be useful too. I feel like Gulpin might be a useful Pokemon. Because he's fat and chunky. He could tank a lot of damage, so I can, like, heal up and stuff. I don't know.
A longtime associate of the Aryan Nations, whom Joshua had met at the Aryan Nations World Congress. Hull himself was an Imperial Wizard of the White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. According to the Cult Education Institute article, the FBI used an undercover informant posing as a demolition, firearms, and paramilitary training expert in order to infiltrate branches of the Aryan Nations and the Ku Klux Klan. The informant saying he could easily acquire explosives, namely hand grenades. He even offered Kreese a supply of them. This immediately raising suspicions as he was a new convert. Kreese rejecting this offer and saying, "You're new, and people right off the bat aren't going to trust you." Kreese and another Aryan Nations member, Charles John Judah, had been told by Hull that he feared he was being set up, as a month prior, the informant had traded a cell phone to Hull in exchange for a pipe bomb. Hull would later attempt to purchase 10 hand grenades from the informant in an apparent plan to blow up a number of abortion clinics. Both were arrested, charged, and sentenced. Joshua himself would be found guilty of illegal weapons possession and sentenced to 2 years in prison. It wouldn't be until late 2004 when he would be released and move back to his home in South Carolina. Not long after his release, Joshua would go to work with his father at the Southern Patriot Shop and continue in his extremist ideologies, however with a strange twist. He continued his leadership roles in the Southern Carolina branch of the Aryan Nations, but he would also found a political party on the date of his release from prison.
Wait. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, no! I was so locked in on the video that I wasn't paying attention to the fact that my Ralts was like half health. Fuck. Okay. Fuck. It's fine. It's fine.
Or the Rural People's Party. A supposed member of the RPP would submit the party's biography and its history to the Department of Religious Studies in San Diego, a political party that would ascribe to a few different ideologies throughout its lifetime. As stated in its biography, it was initially founded to push forward the ideas of the Maoist internationalist movement. However, they would branch away from the MIM after some philosophical disagreements.
Oh shit, this is my
Through
job.
these
I gotta swap
disagreements,
out.
they would find and resonate
Pay
with the
better
work of
attention.
Jim Jones, the founder of the People's Temple and of Jonestown infamy. And they would later ascribe to Juche, the state-sanctioned ideology of North Korea.
Whoa.
Joshua himself would continue in his work with the Aryan Nations under the pseudonym.
Wait, how do you even... Okay. I'm so lost because I don't know how you can even have like these loose connections to a country so removed from America. Like that just kind of that confuses me a little bit because I don't know, man. Like how? Damn, dude, he does damage. He's 4 levels higher than me and he does crazy damage. That is actually insane. What is this guy's Pokemon made of, dude? Jesus, their damage is ridiculously high for being so much lower level than me. What happened to Jimbo? He fucking died, dude. He fucking died. He got like acid in the face, dude. Acid just got spit all over him. It's fine. I mean, he would have been okay, Jimbo was kind of a crucial Pokemon in this run. And I already lost him because I wasn't paying attention. I got friends in Iran. It's not that crazy. Yeah, North Korea, you can access Iran. You physically can't go to North Korea without having to do like a signed up tour. You have to do like a tour. You have to do like a signed up tour where like you have to abide by specific rules. And you can like, and they take you through like bullshit where it's not actually real North Korea. It's like basically made up bullshit to make you think it's like actually a beautiful and awesome place. Iran, you can like, if I'm not mistaken, you could actually go to Iran if you wanted to. You can't go to North Korea without it being like a specific setup date thing where it's like, I don't even think they allow tours right now. I think tours aren't even allowed anymore. For now. You can't go to Iran without a tour? Oh, I thought you could. Okay, never mind. I sold my house. Oh, huge. Huge, Captain C. Jim is never in chat anymore, though. He stopped, and he stopped streaming. Yeah, Jimbo got a girlfriend. That's the reason why, by the way. He said specifically he got a girlfriend or something. I think it's the last time he was here. So, yeah, that's what happened. Oh, shit, she has fire types. Okay, I gotta swap out.
Wolfram Hall, among others. Publishing articles on their website, engaging in their forums, and even recommending books for violent revolutionaries. It wouldn't be until mid-2005 when accusations of Joshua's status as a federal informant would begin to circulate, in what you'll come to find in a long string of entrapment operations. The first would come in the form of a letter from Pastor Morris L. Goulet, accusing Joshua of entrapping him and another Aryan Nations member, Charles Scott Thornton. He would go on accusing Joshua of setting up both men on conspiracy to commit bank robbery, saying, "Let me say that this entire debacle was an FBI setup from the very beginning. There
Chris
would be
told
no
me to
alleged crimes were it not for an FBI informant."
Chris told me to watch this stuff because he's like, he's affiliated or some shit. He's got like deep roots, you know. He's involved in all these online like groups or whatever the fuck. I wouldn't be surprised, man. Chris is crazy.
Agent provocateur, one Joshua Caleb Sutter, a now former member of the Church of the Sons of Yahweh / Legion of Saints. He would go on saying that they had been there for Joshua in his time of need, especially during his 2-year stint in prison, kept in constant contact, and even aided him monetarily through prison and after he was released.
Yeah, Jimbo. Yeah, Chris is the reason why Jimbo got killed.
Goulet wished no retaliation towards Joshua and for him to be left alone. Ended the letter off with, "Yahweh."
Before I continue, I love. Okay, not even that long ago, I literally said I'm turning off XP share because I said specifically I'm turning off XP share because what did I say? Because this is getting too easy. I've gotten through 2 gyms and I haven't lost a single Pokemon. And then I lose. I only lost Jimbo because I wasn't paying attention. Like I literally was trying to focus on the video and then I spam clicked the button, which I shouldn't have done. I was locked in on the video. The video was teaching me something very intriguing and then I failed, dude. I failed. I have to live with that.
The Father knows how to call the righteous to repentance and reserve the wicked for judgment. Joshua will not go uncounted. The archived article from National Justice, yes, that National Justice, would go on to say a source with more insight into what may have happened to the 2 men was Joshua had goaded both into empty talk of bank robbery while drunk, and had allegedly recorded the whole thing. Both Thornton and Goulet would ultimately be charged and plead guilty to conspiracy to commit bank robbery, conspiracy to possess a firearm to rob a bank, and possession of a firearm as a convicted felon and forfeiture. Goulet had 2 previous convictions in 97 and 99. He would be sentenced to 72 months in prison, and Thornton would be sentenced to 60 months. Not long after this letter's revelation, according to Nate Thayer's article on Joshua and the RPP, he would essentially be blacklisted from both the Aryan Nations and from the Church of the Sons of Yahweh.
Pro-DPRK Americans
as far as I can
revealed.
find on the archives of the Aryan Nations website, most mentions of the Wolfram Hall name, both as a High Council member and in the admin section, would be erased.
Crazy. I feel like being a white, like, that doesn't really like makes. I feel like that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like being in a, like a white nationalist, like Aryan nation person, but also pro DPRK. They like hate you. They like actually hate you. You guys, like, realistically, you guys should like hate each other, I feel, right? Like, you're like a white nationalist. Don't you think like Koreans are like, shouldn't they be like shot and killed or something? They're like not white, right? I don't know. Especially North Koreans, they're a little browner. They're a little bit more cooked, you know? They're a tad bit more cooked than the ones in the South, man. They don't use those like skincare things that bleach your skin. They got that natural Korean skin over there. A little darker. Chris might be working. He usually watches the streams when he's working, is what I've learned.
5. Except for one mentioning of him in a message from the Aryan Nation / Tabernacle of the Phineas Priesthood. The linked article seems to be lost to time. And by mid-August the same year, that too would be scrubbed from the site.
This guy put in work on this video, man.
In the following years, Joshua would turn his focus towards the Rural People's Party and his supposed support for the North Korean government and the ideology of Juche.
He's gonna be mad at you that
this
you
chapter is
killed
a bit
Jimbo.
of a doozy.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna lose his shit, man.
Had an actual chance.
Like
of
I'm
establishing
dead
a connection
ass.
with genuine leadership.
I'm dead ass. He's gonna kill my. He's probably gonna kill my best Pokemon. So I gotta prepare. I genuinely have to prepare for this. I'm not even like he's gonna get mad and he's gonna kill one of my best Pokemon. So we gotta prepare for a loss here coming soon. We gotta prepare for a death. Cause I know damn well he's gonna do it. I know damn well he's gonna do it. Okay, we got through all the battles, got through some training. I think it's time. I'm just gonna have to take a risk on the encounter up top, because like it's either Gulpin or Electric, and I really hope it's not Plusle or Minun. If it's Plusle or Minun, I'm actually so fucking cooked, because Chris is gonna kill one of my best Pokemon. I need a good pull. I need a good pull from this encounter. I can't have a shit one. I'm going home now, and I'm going to eat garlic bread until I puke. Oh, okay. That sounds about right. That sounds fun. Time to put fucking he's gonna just don't tell him. Just nobody tell him. Just nobody tell him. Just don't tell him and he will never know, man. Just don't tell him and he'll never know. Finally the first dead. I don't even want any of these. I'm gonna keep it real. I like don't want. I mean, Astro John is somewhat helpful as like a Pokemon I can sack. Now that I don't have the XP share on, it does make it a tad bit more challenging because I actually have to train these things from the ground up, which does cause a bit of a challenge for me. It does create a bit of a challenge. Someone could revive Jimbo for sure, for sure. Jimbo, I mean, Chris might not even be mad. He might just come in and say like, please, 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 please. Oh, thank God. Okay. It's one of the two. Gulpin or Electric, it doesn't matter. One of the two, it works. It's fine. We got one of them. That's all I care about. Stun Spore, I don't think I can Stun Spore this guy. As long as I got one of the two, I'm happy.
In the DPRK. However, it would not end too dissimilarly from his fallout of the Church of Yahweh and the Aryan Nations, albeit with a lot more drama and an alleged attempted assassination.
Oh, I already DM'd Chris on Discord. Dude, please, why did you do that? No, you're lying. You're lying, dude. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. Fuck. 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 Hold on. I was in the middle of talking. I was in the middle of talking to chat. Let me reverse that just a little bit.
Proposed support for the North Korean government and the ideology of Juche. This chapter is a bit of a doozy, as Joshua's Rural People's Party had an actual chance at establishing a connection with genuine leadership in the DPRK. However, it would not end too dissimilarly from his fallout of the Church of Yahweh and the Aryan Nations, albeit with a lot more drama and an alleged attempted assassination.
Oh.
Our story begins with John Paul Cupp. Just like Joshua, he too has a very colorful background in extreme ideology and politics. At just 19, he joined the Communist Party of Portland, Oregon. Not long after that, he would create the Songun Politics Study Group, USA. The group followed the tenets of the Songun policy of North Korea, a military-first policy emphasizing the crucial role of importance the armed forces has within the backbone of the state, that the country's survival and prosperity is dependent upon its strength. Cupp pledging his loyalty to Pyongyang and the DPRK. Most interestingly, not long after the group's founding, Cupp would receive blessings from the North Korean
What is it
government
called when
itself.
you...
In their letter to Cupp, it states,
I forgot what they're called.
Pyongyang
Defectors?
extends militant greetings to you who
He's a
extends warm
defector?
support and solidarity to the Songun policy of our respected Marshal Kim Jong-il, treasured sword of our nation. The letter would go on saying that the whole of Korea, both the North and the South, would know of this newly created branch of the Songun policy within the land.
You know, when you think about it, if you like, I guess if you're just like a fan of North Korea and you just want to move there and you just want to live life there and you want to like swear your allegiance and everything to North Korea, I guess you could just have like a normal life over there, huh? Like think about it this way. Like if that's just what you want, I guess it's not really that bad, I guess. Cause I can't imagine like citizens of Pyongyang are living like, or not just Pyongyang, but probably like other places in North Korea. I can't imagine like they're all living like lives where people are like watching them at every move. They probably, not saying they can't say like what, usually they can't say what they want and whatnot. They're very like closed in. I'm not saying they have like freedoms or anything. They probably don't have lots of freedoms, but what I mean is like they probably have like choice of work or something, maybe like at least some level of choice of work or something. At least they get to pick like between their types of job, and they probably get to marry who they want, I imagine, or like live like a somewhat normal life, I guess. As long as you just pledge your support, like you just get to live like a normal life. So I guess if you like accept it and just like pledge that kind of life, then I guess all power to you. I guess if that's just what you want to do, I'd imagine.
Of the United States, the bulwark of imperialism.
Who do we name Electric after?
Relationship. Not long after, on the 2-year anniversary of 9/11, the Rondong Sinmom, the official news outlet for the Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea, would report on the group's formation. Cupp would even be appointed as the group's lead chairman by Pyongyang itself.
What is considered a normal life? I mean, they obviously don't live normal lives. Like, it's very apparent, Nate. Yeah, I was gonna say, this one, I was gonna name it Nate. This one can be Nate. Nate can be Electric. I actually could use an Electric. Why is every Pokemon I'm catching a goddamn... Why is every fucking Pokemon I catch a girl? What's going on, man? Like, obviously, life in Korea is not normal. Like, it's definitely not a normal life. But I mean, like, as long as you just, like, live by the simple rules, I feel like you just kind of get to do what you want somewhat. But when I say get to do what you want, I mean it in, like, terms of whatever you get to do what you want in North Korea means. I imagine there's not, like, some weird level of, like... I imagine it's not, like... you're forced to go to work and then just go home. There probably is like restaurants, I imagine there might be like restaurants or like...
With what food though?
Well, whatever the fuck they have over there. I don't know what they have.
They don't have a lot of food.
Yeah, but they probably have stuff like that.
I don't think they have restaurants, dude.
I think they have restaurants. There's definitely restaurants.
They have like military cookouts and then they get served stew or
No,
something.
they definitely... Okay, you're making it seem like they live in like actual like military standing around watching what they do every second of every day. That's
exactly what they do?
No. Not like normal citizens, no. I feel like the regular citizens probably just like... I feel like they definitely have like something. Like, don't they have like a big stadium for sports and stuff? And then they also have like... They have like one of the biggest stadiums in the world. They probably get to watch like sports or something when a sports event happens. Or they probably get to like, go to the store, like it's not like they're stuck to just like go home, go work, go home kind of life, watch propaganda, go to work, come home, watch propaganda, go bed, go to work. Like I don't think that's like the exact definition of their life. They probably do more than that. Like, they probably do much more than that. They probably do a lot more than that. But it's definitely not a fun life. I don't think it's a enjoyable life. They probably don't have as much freedom as any other person does in the world. But, like, if that's the type of life you don't care to live by and you just want to worship North Korea, I mean, like I said, I guess all power to you. Just move there, I guess. Why do they have a sports stadium if no team visits? Well, they have people who play there. You're making it sound like North Korea just has nothing going on in it at all. Like, literally nothing. Okay, they do stuff in North Korea. Like, they have sports teams that play each other. Like, they have, like, teams inside of North Korea. There's literally North Korean, like, soccer players that... There was a North Korean soccer player that got, like, really popular who got to leave North Korea and actually play in, like, Italy and shit. Like, they have dudes who actually, like, practice and play. That's why I'm saying, like, their lives aren't that, like, closed in. They probably get to go out and do things. They probably have some level of freedom, but probably not, like, an insane amount. But they probably have, like, they have enough freedom to the point where, like, young kids can go play sports and then, like, get to be a part of, like, a sports team down the line. They have, like, that. But, I mean, that's what I mean by, like, quote-unquote normal. That's what I mean by, like, quote-unquote normal. Not... I wouldn't call it normal, but I guess if you love North Korea that much, you could just fucking, it's not a big deal, I guess.
To the despotic state, however, he would embrace the tenets of white nationalism, Islamic jihad, anti-Semitism, and advocate for an armed coup of the standing United States government, going as far to show his admiration for many different lone wolves to be emulated, praising the likes of Timothy McVeigh, otherwise known as the Oklahoma City Bomber, those whom assassinated sitting presidents, and James Earl Ray, Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassin. Even though there's a more ideological difference between the North Koreans and people like Cup, the glue that holds them together is their hatred for the United States and their admiration for the Kim dynasty. Cup saying, "My personal opinion is that the great leader Comrade Kim Il-sung and dear leader Comrade Kim..."
It does intrigue me on if average citizens genuinely hate Americans or if they just go along with it because their government tells them to. Because obviously, like, in their minds, they probably have different opinions, I imagine. Maybe? I don't know. Because they preach, like, they preach to their people, like, Americans are, like, the enemy and that they should be killed, essentially. Like, they preach that over there, for sure. They have, like, military slogans plastered all over the fucking place. And, like, they have, like, propaganda all over the place. So there was this guy that went there recently and he made a video. I wish I could find his channel, but he got to do one of those tours that I was talking about, and they did a play. They did a play with, like, kids and stuff. And during the play, keep in mind, this is a kids play. Like, they did, like, a school performance. They do, like, school performances, kind of like how other play, you know, kind of like how America has, like, after school activities, you do, like, theater or whatever. They had a play, and it was them reenacting bombing America. These are children. Like, these are kids. Why do we got the... What's going on, man? Like, why? This is so fucking weird to me. Such a weird thing to make kids do.
Young Il are the two greatest human beings in the entire history of the world. For us, it would be impossible to even wake up in the morning should we lose the ability to cherish them. This loyalty didn't only grant him a letter of official sanctioning and favorable news coverage from within North Korea, but it also gave him the opportunity to visit the country on many different occasions, Cup being photographed at a variety of different locations within the country, from the southern mountainside to the top of Juche Tower, and even at the decentralized zone, with military personnel and caste scholars. Cup would remain as head of the Songun politics group for 7 years until his eventual ousting because of his erratic behavior and heavy infighting. Before then, he spent those years forging alliances and developing the study group's relationship with the DPRK.
Nah, this isn't the building I gotta be in.
The highlight of which was his alliance with Joshua Sutter and his Rural People's Party. During the time of Cup's lead chairmanship of the SPG, he would meet other like-minded people whom shared his alliances to the DPRK, specifically two other men of note. Kevin Walsh, a white nationalist, whom first aligned himself with Cup in 2004. However, the alliance would be put on hold, as not long after, Walsh would have a standoff with Phoenix, Arizona police after threatening to assassinate the then sitting president, George W. Bush. His release would come 2 years later in 2006, after which he would resume his relationship with Cup.
God, why did it take me so long to
joining
find
not
that
only
building?
the SPG, but another one of Cup's political organizations, the American Committee Against Zionism and Imperialism, or NACAZI for short.
Hi, Knox.
And co-creating the European American Socialist People's Front alongside Cup. According to Walsh, both these organizations were just websites, used to write essays and solicit support. They had no following or street organization, and would ultimately prove ineffective in their endeavors. The other was a man by the name of Zaid Shakir al-Jashiri, a Palestinian-American whom initially ran NACAZI with Cup, and was also Cup's deputy chairman of the SPG. Somewhere along the way, Cup would gain a direct line of contact to the DPRK. Their connection would come through something called the Committee for Cultural and Foreign Relations Organization, specifically through a man by the name of Zo Il-Min. However, Walsh would come to question the validity of the group's connection to the DPRK. Quote, Cup told me that Zo Il-Min is from Southern Korea, but had moved to the DPRK, and that he has a cable connection to an email.
The fact that this is connected to 764 or whatever the fuck that group is I just like, it kind of blows my mind how this has a level of correlation to literal, like, just a fucking Discord group. You seem so still, Marcus. Jump up and kick back. Whip around and spin, Marcus. Put the moves on. I can't, man. I can't. I'm depressed. I'm sad. I'm sad. I lost Jimbo.
Songun work internationally. I don't know if it's true, and whether the Juche study group is really sanctioned by the DPRK government.
Who gives me an item?
Given the sort of people that they've been tolerating in positions of leadership recently, I certainly hope not. It wouldn't be until mid-2007 when Cup would first encounter Joshua and the RPP, after they released a message of solidarity and support for the Cambodian dictator, Pol Pot, on a pro-Khmer Rouge website.
Oh, Pol Pot, that's that guy that,
his
like,
message of praise
killed a lot of people.
Pol Potism, he would include an invite of sorts, saying, please find as follows some links to photographs taken at the CPC, a place of which all who uphold the glorious line of the CPK
Speed drop for a special
are most gloriously
defense
welcome.
boost?
Joshua ending it off with showcasing a Khmer flag.
I don't know if that's a really good thing for Electric, but I mean, it's... I guess he's got a little bit more bulk to him. He's a speed... Like, his entire thing is speed, though. So we're sacrificing his speed for his defense, which I guess is okay. It's whatever. It's
flying over the RPP's headquarters. Said headquarters would be a single-wide mobile home, adorned with all manner of niche communist propaganda, stationed on a 3.5-acre plot of land Joshua's parents had purchased a few years prior. It would be about a month later when Cup would write back.
He's got North Korean dictators and
Pol Pot
on his fucking RV
saying,
home.
It takes a lot of courage and guts to defend democratic Kampuchea and Comrade Pol Pot in the U.S. It would be at the tail end of the year in December 2007 when Cup, Zaid, Joshua, and his then-girlfriend, now wife, Jillian Hoy, would have their first in-person meeting. However, the couple would not use their real names. Instead, they would use the aliases David Woods and Comrade Morrison. Those within the SPG would only find out their real names later on. After the 2007 meeting, the RPP would release a letter of warm greetings featured on the Songun Politics Study Group's website, celebrating Kim Jong-il's 10th year as General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea. The latter end of the message reading, in honor of these occasions, our comrades here are erecting a large sign high in the Pine Woods forest of South Carolina, emblazoned with the slogan, Great Leader Kim Il-sung is immortal, and are filled with proletarian joy and devotion to the Juche idea. Songun politics and the invincible force and instrument of revolution that is the Workers' Party of Korea.
This is some schizo shit, man. Oh my god. How? Dude. Play like a video game or something. How do you have time to, like, do all of this? To write all of this? To make all of this? Play games or something. You got games on your phone or whatever? Like, I don't fucking know, dude. What the fuck is this? This shit is insane. God, that damage is a little... It's not that worrisome, but... It's a little worrisome. It's a little worrisome. But it's okay.
Korea. Long life, dear leader Comrade Kim Jong-il. Long live the Invincible Workers' Party of Korea. Our very best wishes. Central Committee. Rural People's Party. It would be later the same year when the seeds of suspicion for the couple's sincerity would be planted and begin to sprout. The first major red flag would come from Woods, aka Joshua, discussing his alleged involvement in the sending of anthrax to the White House and his desire and ability to conduct more attacks. Walsh recalling a conversation he had with Cupp during his interview with NK News. Quote, Cupp did tell me that Woods/Sutter had been talking about having been involved with sending anthrax to the White House. Zaid, however, was highly skeptical of Joshua's claims, saying it takes an immense amount of knowledge and technical know-how, along with expensive laboratory equipment, to create such a deadly toxin, something Zaid believed Joshua wasn't capable of. Walsh would recall Zaid saying, weapons-grade anthrax isn't something some redneck can make during a weekend in his tool shed. Walsh would go on saying that if Zaid was correct in his recalling of his and Joshua's conversation, then it would seem to him that Joshua was some kind of government provocateur, and he was actively engaging in an entrapment sting. The couple's deceptions would only ramp up from here, as they set their sights on total takeover of the Songun Politics Study Group, and subsequently try to gain their connection to DPRK leadership.
I gotta play that game.
Early in the year of 2008,
I got anthrax shots,
Cupp had fallen in love with
assume not effective anymore. Anthrax shots? Like, in the military? I think you said you were in the military before. You got them while you were in the military or something, I assume? Or after? Maybe a little after or something? I don't know. That's what I assume. That's interesting.
Mentioned Jillian Hoy. Jillian would reciprocate these feelings, but not because of any shared romantic interest, but as an opportunity for control. Jillian would go along with Cupp even saying that they were to be married. However, this relationship would end the same year. In July of 2008, Cupp became extraordinarily ill and had to be hospitalized for chronic appendicitis and a lung infection. When in the hospital, he wanted to speak to his supposed fiancée. Walsh would reach out on his behalf, but would not receive a reply. Cupp would do so himself once he was released, but he too would be met with radio silence.
Poison powder,
Cupp,
much
according to
better.
Walsh, would come to the conclusion that this whole debacle was in fact a setup.
Oh, 2007,
would come
yeah,
from Jason
definitely.
Adam Tonis, the man whom would eventually become Cupp's successor. From his point of view, the RPP and the Songun Politics Study Group were in good standing with each other. However, they would abruptly cut off all ties in June of 2008. Tonis going on to say, quote, the whole RPP action was designed as a government attempt to seize control over the study group. With Cupp dead, Woods, or Joshua Sutter, would have become the study group leader and thus have an inside connection to DPRK leadership. Tonis even claiming that Joshua had boasted to him that he was responsible for poisoning Cupp, and that he and Jillian were the ones in a relationship. Quote, Sutter later boasted to me that Jillian was in fact his own girlfriend, and that he had indeed poisoned Cupp. Joshua would even go
I can't wait for Breloom. I know, Breloom's going to be a fun one to use.
For his coup against Cupp, but these attempts would ultimately prove fruitless. It would be the same year, in November of 2008, when Joshua and Jillian would get married, specifically on the 18th, commemorating the legacy of martyrdom left by the followers of Jim Jones and his People's Temple of the Disciples of Christ.
Jim Jones, that's the guy that brought his people
The betrayal
down to
felt by
like
the SPG from the RPP.
Jim Jones is the guy that brought people down to like South America, or like, was it Venezuela or something? I don't remember. Somewhere down in South America, and then they all did like a fucking, it was a cult obviously, but it was like they did like a massive suicide pact thing.
It would only grow more hostile, beginning with the aforementioned Jason Adam Tonis before his eventual leadership of the Songun Politics Group. Cupp, Walsh, Joshua, and another member of the RPP by the name of James Perazzo would clash over their new potential recruit. Tonis had contacted the RPP as he was...
I thought it was Virginia. I think the cult started in Virginia, but if I'm not mistaken, they were caught. They were like I think at the time, police, this could be a different cult. I could be talking about a completely different cult here. But I thought that they were on to them. So the leader was like, hey, we got to move, man, because God told me to. And so they moved to like South America. And then that's when it was like the government was like hunting him down or some shit. And that's when he decided to do like the suicide pact thing. Is like, they just committed like, I could be dead wrong. This could be a completely different cult. This could be a completely different cult, but...
Interested in working with them. However, he was unaware of the bad blood between the two parties and would be caught off guard by the RPP's private denunciation. He would go on to contact Cup and inform him of this. Tonus would go on saying that during his first interaction, they would claim to be the real representatives of the AINDF, or the Anti-Imperialist National Democratic Front, as the RPP was provided with officially sanctioned North Korean propaganda during their partnership with the Songun Politics Group, and after they had made Juche their guiding ideology. But according to Cup in his email to Walsh regarding Tonus's conversation with the RPP, the only reason the AINDF even contacted the RPP was at his suggestion.
They moved to Guyana, and the village they founded was called Jonestown. Okay, so I was right. They did move to a different place. Okay.
He had come to greatly regret. Tonus would go on to inform Cup of his conversation with the RPP and their denunciation, but Cup would fire back with his own, telling the new recruit that he believes the RPP was an FBI/CIA sanctioned honeypot created in order to infiltrate the SPG.
Oh, dude, this
Tonus
story
would write
is
back
like
to the RPP requesting comment on the allegations.
I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it so real right now. So far, this story has felt it feels almost like a fucking fever dream or some shit, because apparently this has a connection to people who are connected to 764. But all it seems to me is a bunch of fucking rednecks. It seems like a bunch of redneck white nationalists who, for some reason, hate they hate America and they love the DPRK, but they're all very like anti each other. It's like inner fighting or some fucking shit. I don't know. It's like inner fighting, and now they're like skeptical of one another. They're like very like, like that's what this feels like. They like fucking, they're having like beef with one another. They're like beefing now. They're worried like they're each out to get each other. These are a bunch of this is actual just a bunch of paranoid schizophrenics. This is like evil.
This federally sanctioned infiltration. Quote,
I thought the
someone
lady
has told
at
me that
the
your leader, Woods,
showed up,
was
but
formerly
I
a
could be
member of a
wrong.
white gang. He and a few others did something, got caught by the cops, and Woods snitched to avoid jail time. This person believes that Woods founded the RPP as an FBI/CIA or other government attempt to infiltrate the American Songun movement and the DPRK. Care to comment on these allegations? Tonus would end off his email with an appeal to emotion, saying, I wish you would be more open with me. A communist party is supposed to be a family, but how can we ever become a family when you don't even tell me your names? All you do is keep secrets. Secrecy is important for some kind of political work, but how can we even build a party if we don't even know each other's names? In his bid for understanding, Tonus would only find harsh rebuke. Woods, aka Joshua, would only respond by blowing up the bridge in its process of being built, ending any and all friendships between him and the RPP, and demanding that all party materials in Tonus's possession be returned. He would end off his message with what Tonus interpreted as a veiled threat. Quote, should you choose not to reciprocate in the requested manner, we will take other measures. The panicked Tonus would go on to email Cup, telling him of their threat, and asking Cup what should be done. Cup would respond by saying that a fight would likely ensue, both figuratively and literally. However, he sought to avoid wasting years of their lives, along with the possibility of death and incarceration. In order to avoid such a scenario, Cup opted to warn Joshua, otherwise he would reveal his true identity to the world. But he was just uncertain of how far Joshua was willing to go. Cup telling Tonus that he couldn't promise that they aren't crazy enough to try and kill him, saying,
Okay.
Woods is crazy enough that if he feels all his law...
This is like dude, the way these people are like arguing with one another feels like as if this is something that's going on in our like actual government. This is like actual, like we're watching like a bunch of schizophrenics argue with one another about, like, nobody knows about this. When he says like I'll reveal you to the world, it's like, brother, nobody even knows who any of this shit is. This is like so niche, it's insane. This is like so fucking niche. I'm amazed that this person even knows about this and actually managed to get all the research done for this video, because like, what is happening? Who these people are? This is so niche. This is so niche.
To just drive up to such said address and kill him. He really is that nuts.
No one. Okay, I'm gonna keep it a buck. No wonder this video didn't have a lot of views. One, the title's The Joshua Sutter Files. And then two, it's very niche. Although I do think a video like this deserves more views because they put so much effort into it, the topic is so niche that there's not a lot of people seeking it out. It is like, this is so fucking niche. I guarantee you most people don't know who Joshua Sutter is. So that's probably why it didn't get a lot of views. Which sucks, because I feel like the video deserves views. Because the research isn't actually that thorough when it comes to videos like these. It's extremely difficult to actually find background info. I'm willing to bet most of it is sensationalized. Possibly. It is very possible. But I think this guy did a pretty decent job for at least what you can find. You know what I mean? Because this is so niche. Like, this is so niche. It's like, it's kind of crazy how he's even able to find like half of this shit. Like, apparently, because according to Chris, he worked on these two videos, the one we watched last time and then this one, for 2 years, which is insane. That's pretty insane.
He'd do that to me also. However, if it was to come down to such a violent showdown, the SPG would fight them ruthlessly.
I tried researching people like this. There's hardly any outward info. You got to ask people who know people who have certain screenshots. It's like, bro, like, I commend this type of work. This is insane that he's able to go out and get this type of information. Because, like, bro, I'm gonna get a Pikachu soon. I don't know. Should I be allowed to use it? Is it a hand gifted one? Like I said, anytime if they give me a Pokemon, like if I'm given a Pokemon, I'm not allowed to use it, because I don't think it's very fair that I'm like hand gifted Pokemon. It's got to be caught. It's got to be caught through encounters. So whatever is hand gifted, I can't have. But yeah, it's extremely difficult to research these things. You got to get in deep, and sometimes to cover it thoroughly, it takes months. Damn. Yeah, I do feel bad. I feel very bad that he didn't get as many views as he probably hoped. 100K, I think 100K is pretty good for how niche this story is, for sure.
Concern of well-meaning communistic types seeking an outside-the-box option, saying the RPP would be responsible for their serious harm or deaths, along with calling for the elimination of the RPP. At some point, he would merely opt to see if they imploded on their own before any such action would be taken. Even though the infighting raged on between the RPP and the SPG, this didn't stop Joshua and Jillian from their infiltration into various religious organizations within South Carolina. If you thought the roster of extreme ideology couldn't get stranger, you'd be in for a curveball. In 2009, Joshua and Jillian and other prominent leaders within the white power movements at the time would describe and create a new church devoted to the worship of the Hindu deity, Kali, a goddess associated with time, change, creation, power, destruction, and death, with an emphasis on the death and destruction. Their new place of worship would be called the New Bihar Mandir Temple, headquartered in the same single white home as the Rural People's Party. Joshua taking on the role of a Hindu Hare Krishna priest, along with adopting a new alias, going by Shri Shri Kalki Kalika Mandir, and Jillian taking the role of a Hindu priestess, donning the new name Jayalalitha Devi Dasi. The temple would specifically promote the head of the Tamil Tigers, a violent guerrilla group whom also shared Joshua and Jillian's devotion to Kali. The Tamil Tigers are largely responsible for the popularization of the use of suicide vests, They even had a specialized unit devoted to the practice, a unit called the Black Tigers. They were not alone in this formation of the new temple, however. Among the new converts was James Perazzo, the former leader of the then largest white power and terrorist organization operating in the U.S., known as the American Front. Just like his colleague, he too had odd ascriptions to strange ideology and accusations of double agency. Perazzo would take control of the American Front in 1996 and espouse the tenets of third positionism, a fusion of far-right radical politics and communistic economic policies. It wouldn't be until 2001 when Perazzo and American Front would draw significant ire from the state, as after the 9/11 terror attacks, he and others began promoting the likes of Hamas, Hezbollah, and Osama bin Laden. This ire would cause Perazzo to go into hiding.
I know
along
about
with the
Hamas.
Tactical hibernation of American Front.
I know about that.
Revelation would also surface in late 2011 from former American Front member Kent McLennan, telling of Perazzo's illicit
that
drug
guy
dealings,
looks fucked up.
his ascribed devotions to Hinduism, Satanism, and Islam, and his alleged contributions to Libya, saying the Libyan government had attempted to give him a payout of $3 million, but was stopped by federal authorities.
What?
He had been associated with the RPP since at least before the official alliance with the SPG.
How?
It wouldn't be much longer after the formation.
Bro. This guy's living in a fucking shit box in South Carolina, and how do these people get in close contact to fucking governments? I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. How? He's living in a little brown hut in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, South Carolina. I don't fucking get this. It's so fucking confusing to me. Like, what in the actual fuck? I mean, it's interesting. It's intriguing. Don't get me wrong. I find it very cool. Or not cool. I mean, this guy is a horrible person. These people are horrible people who do horrible things. But, Route 103. Okay, we already made our encounter here. But, like, it's just so fucking strange to me. Islam, Hinduism, and Satanism somehow overlap. How? How do those align? Listen, man. None of this has made any sense in my opinion. I'm going to keep it real, okay? Like, a lot of this stuff just feels like schizo shit. Like, a lot of this feels like people just, like, fucking schizophrenic, insane people, okay? I don't think any of it really has much of a correlation other than the fact that these people are, like, schizophrenic.
The Bahar Temple, when the leadership within the Sangha politics study group began to waver.
This guy might actually fuck me up here.
The teachings of Juche and convert to Islam.
Aiden might be my best
This conversion
hope.
would draw the ire of Kevin Walsh,
Remy's
Cup's
gonna
right-hand
get
man.
cooked.
He would decry this and claim his conversion to be fake, citing Cup's founding of the Aryan Atheist Facebook group 3
Mega
weeks
Drain
prior
can't kill,
to his
right?
religious
Okay, no, it's not gonna
revelation.
kill.
He
You
would
can get a
subsequently
leer off.
cut all ties with the man, along with resigning from the SPG's sister groups, the Nakazi and the EASP. It was only in early 2011 when Cup was phased out of the Sangha entirely and left Jason Adam Tonis to take his place as head leadership. The study group would release a statement regarding the change later at the tail end of 2011, saying, in February 2011, John Paul Cup's mentally ill state and devotion reached to a point whereby he totally abandoned Juche and communism. Jason Adam Tonis was left to take over leadership of the group and try to rebuild it. He decided to lead it in a strictly orthodox Juche Sangha framework, away from racism and all those who supported racist ideas. Jason Adam Tonis, since 2009, had always opposed John Paul Cup's white nationalist line, but his attempts to lead Cup back to the orthodox Juche camp always ended in failure due to Cup's increasing mental illness. Later the same year in 2011, both James, Joshua, and presumably others within the RPP would attempt to seize power from the new leadership of the SPG by creating a few different Juche and Pyongyang loyal organizations under different pseudonyms, trying to undermine the legitimacy of the SPG and their leader, Jason Adam Tonis. One of which was the United Juche Front of North America.
Holy shit. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. I gotta focus a little bit here because this is a battle that's actually key. This is why losing Ralts is so bad. This is why losing Ralts is actually so evil. Okay. Okay. I thought maybe it wouldn't do enough damage. Okay.
Moses,
We're fine.
a pre-existing name Joshua had used in his Aryan Nation days. Another group went by the name New Resistance, a front organization led by Perazo. Those within the SPG were able to see through this ruse, and because of poor OPSEC on Joshua's part, were able to uncover his identity fairly quickly. Tonus would release a statement unmasking Joshua and his other aliases, and decrying the former chairman, John Paul Cupp, and blaming him for the hampered development of the Songun Politics Study Group, saying his flirtations with white nationalism deviated away from Kim Il-sungist thought, saying those deviations are what led to accepting suspect characters such as Joshua and James into the SPG. If it weren't for that, the two would not have been considered for membership otherwise. Tonus would end off the statement with a warning to any potential new recruits to avoid Perazo and his new resistance group. Both men would fire back at Tonus by creating yet another front group, the Swords of Songun, a thinly veiled means of attack at the new leader of the SPG.
Group.
Perazo's new resistance chiming in as well.
Like, dude,
saying,
this is exactly what I'm talking about, though. This is exactly what I'm talking about. If these people stepped foot into Korea, they would hate them. They're like North Korean worshippers. But if they stepped even a foot into fucking North Korea, these people would actually, they would hate them. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. Their shit is like fucking weird. Swift. Oh, fuck. How much damage does that do? I don't like it. Okay, to be fair, a Leer and then a Howl should be enough to do some pretty crazy damage. So we might be fine here.
Resistance urges all revolutionary organizations to break communication with Tonus and his fake Juche honey trap pigs work. However, their efforts would be in vain, as the North Korean government would continue to prop up the Songun Politics Study Group in their media. The SPG may have survived the attacks and an undermining of legitimacy from Joshua and James.
That was not enough.
Tonus had hoped for would not come, as the infighting continued, namely between Tonus and Kevin Walsh.
I just lost 2 of my Mons, bro. I just lost 2 of them. I just lost 2. Oh. I just got Nate. I overthought it. And I should have known. Oh my god, bro. Fuck.
Hello, princess.
I severely overthought
Thank
that.
you for the memberships. Welcome at TM_Ben21.
Shit, dude. Shit. Okay. Okay, it's whatever. We still have Aiden. We still have Remy. At least we have these two. There are hope. Even though... Dude, why is Plusle and Minum... Like, why is this barely doing damage? What is their defense stat? What the fuck is this? How are they so fucking... How? Dude, I am so pissed, bro.
Cupp's former right-hand man.
Just
Also
whatever.
discovered Tonus's
Keep
denunciation
talking about...
of white...
Keep telling me about Cupp. Keep talking to me about fucking Cupp, dude. I don't know. Tell me more about why this guy is a fucking schizophrenic loser who's like obsessed with North Korea. I can only use fake out, bro.
supremacy and his focus towards the teachings of Juche. Walsh,
Please
being an
don't-
avowed white
please don't
nationalist
kill,
and
please
racial
don't kill, please don't
separatist,
kill.
objected, saying that he did not believe
Please.
that white nationalism was incompatible with Juche and communism, and that the North Korean people keep their blood pure, and so should European American people, he argued. Ending his message to Tonus with, "I support solidarity with the Korean people against imperialism, but I don't knowingly work with liars, hypocrites, fraudsters, and traitors."
This is
Tonus
actually
would respond
too
fairly
much.
violently, demanding Walsh submit to his orders. Otherwise, the next time he sees him, he'll gladly crack his skull open. Nate Thayer reached out to both Cupp and Tonus for comment requests. Cupp would respond under a new name, Waleed Cupp, saying he supported the Korean people's stance against American imperialism.
What?
However, he has become a practicing Muslim and no longer is directly involved with the Songun politics
Encore's
study
ended.
group. Tonus responded informing them of his declining health, but is more than happy to discuss his love for the DPRK. He did not respond to any further questions. Nate Thayer would also reach out to Joshua and James.
I gotta fucking... I'm gonna get fucking... Oh my god, bro. We are higher level! How are they so tanky? I dropped their defense. I know that Bubble and them... I know that... Oh, actually, you know what? Bubble and Mega Drain are special attack. So, okay. I don't get this, bro. How are they so tanky? It's a Plusle and a Minum. Am I losing my shit? What is happening? I'm about to get wiped by a Minum. What is happening? What is happening? What is actually going on? What the fuck? It's a Plusle. It was a Plusle and a Minum. Why are they so tanky? Swift. Yeah, just keep using fucking Swift. There. What? So I'm getting critted is what was happening. That barely did any damage this time around. I'm barely doing damage to these fucking things. Why are they so tanky? Please don't kill. Holy shit. I'm actually cooked. I have to swap. I have to swap Aiden. I have to swap Aiden. I'm cooked if I leave him in. I'm cooked if I leave him in. I have to focus so hard on this shit, bro. What the fuck? It's a Minum. It's so tanky. Oh, thank God. Bro, what the actual fuck did I just have to go through? It's like my life was on the line there, dude. Why is Remy my only hope? At least I still have Nick Andros, I guess. At least Nick Andros is still here. Aiden and Remy level 20 at least, I guess. I don't fucking know, dude. What the fuck happened? I gotta look this shit up, bro. I gotta look this shit up. What is their defense stat? Great. Special defense is their best stat. Like, is this why? Bro. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. So, great. So, I've lost 3 so far. I've barely made it to the 3rd gym. I jinxed myself, is what I effectively did. I have jinxed myself, and I'm screwed. I turned off XP share to make it harder, and then I said, oh, I haven't lost any Pokemon yet. It's been so easy. I've lost 3. To be fair, 2 of them was from one of them is from an accident. The other 2 was just like, I was just being stupid, I guess. I wasn't anticipating their attacks to be so fucking powerful. God damn it, dude.
James, but the 2 would remain radio silent. The Songun Politics Study Group and its former core circle of membership and leaders
I'm raped,
seems
whatever,
to have dissolved,
dude.
or at the very least, has faded into the heavy shadow of obscurity. The Rural People's Party seems to have taken that same route,
Oops.
as all that remains is a dead website.
A dead website. Makes sense. Just
Joshua
like my
and his
Pokemon.
cohorts, on the other hand, seem to remain fairly active and have been
Skitty,
for quite
welcome
some
to
time.
the party.
It wouldn't be until 2016, through a Freedom of Information Act request and subsequent lawsuit by a man named William A. White, where further revelations of not only Joshua's activities, but just how far the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force was willing to go in order to arrest perceived terrorists. The organization, in its crusade to fight off this domestic terrorism, would ironically incite and create far more terror in its wake. Joshua, at this point, would only be known as Perpetrator 2 in the FOIA request. However, many context clues in the document make it very easy to deduce that Perpetrator 2 is indeed Joshua Sutter. The mentioning of his weapons charge in 2003 and his entrapment of the aforementioned Charles Thornton and Morris Goulet being fairly solid evidence of that. White would go on saying he had initially met Joshua during an anti-Zionist rally in Washington, D.C. in 2002, while covering the event for a Russian news outlet, Pravda.ru. During Joshua's prison time.
Isn't this guy a white nationalist? What the okay. I'm so... These people are so fucking interesting. I don't know how they get so... Like, I don't... Bro... What? Isn't this guy like a fucking... He's like... He was raised by a white nationalist family and is a white nationalist, but he's going to anti-Zionist parties? Dude, this shit is so fucking weird. It is so fucking weird. What is this? What are we saying? What are we saying? I gotta train up Magikarp at this point. I have nothing. I have 2 grass types. And technically 2 water types. I don't have anything to help me. This electric gym is gonna be a pain in my fucking ass. I don't have anything. I need Remy to carry me through this gym. Because I don't have anything for this fucking gym. I lost my psychic type and fairy type, which would have been maybe somewhat helpful. I'm so cooked. I'm actually cooked.
His father, along with his organization, the League of the South, was cooperating with the FBI, White alleged. He and the Bureau would come together and purchase the compound that would house many counterintelligence operations, including the creation and managing of the Rural People's Party in order to target the
I
SPG.
need Breland.
The operation coming to an end in
Unironically,
2011,
Remy to carry my
White
whole
saying
fucking team.
It was the home of the Rural People's Party, a fraudulent organization created by the FBI and led by perpetrator number 2. Person number 3, also an FBI informant, is the wife of perpetrator number 2 and was involved in the operation. Persons 4 through 10 were among the targets, though none appear to have ever been charged.
Sing.
Another case of attempted entrapment White would cite would be in the form of August Crease III in 2005. Crease being a friend and associate of Joshua prior to his arrest in 2003 during his time in the Aryan Nations. Crease,
great.
at the behest of Joshua, would move from Pennsylvania to a home in Lexington, South Carolina, to be closer to Joshua's compound. Soon after, Joshua would allegedly suggest Crease go on a local Lexington news station and pledge his allegiance to Adolf Hitler and Al-Qaeda.
What the
However,
fuck?
it's likely he did not need much persuasion, as not long before his move to Lexington, he would agree to an interview with Henry Schuster in late March of 2005, espousing his praise of the jihadists whom had hijacked the planes on 9/11, saying, "You say they're terrorists, I say they're freedom fighters, and I want to instill the same jihadic feelings in our people's hearts, in the Aryan race, that they have for their father, who they call Allah." White would go on to heavily cite a man named David Galletti in his book Undercover Nazi. Paid $60 for this, by the way.
Weak.
A former FBI JTTF informant.
It costed how much? I'm being dead ass. I made that exact number. Looks like we were buying something, I guess. David Gletty. What is, dude?
Targeted White from 05 to 06.
Skitty's weak, but it's got all these fucking fancy doodad moves, you know, where I can't fucking do anything.
Galletti's. During his investigations into these organizations,
I'm about to switch out,
his
bro.
targets, quote,
okay, dude,
were law-abiding citizens.
I don't want to bang on my desk too hard. I've been immobilized in love for 3. Oh my God. I haven't done shit to this thing. It's just sat there and slapped me around. Oh my, it's pissing me off, bro. Dude. What the fuck are you watching? It's like schizo video. It's about these like, okay, so you gotta bear with me here, Desali. You gotta bear with me here. So essentially, this guy, he was connected to an online cult called 764. That's a Discord cult. Someone else connected to 764 named Joshua Sutter has these deep connection. Okay, it's a fucking, this guy is like, right, he was raised by like white nationalists. He's like a white supremacist, and he has like connections to the DPRK, you know, North Korea. And so him and his buddies, or whatever the fuck, these like random fucking people that he knows, are basically fighting with one another because they don't trust each other. Because no one can trust each other. Some of them have ties to like the Libya government. This shit is like fucking insane. I don't understand. It's all a bunch of fucking, it's schizo shit is what it is. This is like schizo shit. These people have like insane beliefs, like Hitler's a great guy, and like fucking the guys who bombed the towers on 9/11 are freedom fighters, and blah, blah, blah. They're evil. They're all fucking evil. Oh boy, 764. Oh, you know about 764. Yeah, that shit is evil. That shit's fucking evil as shit. I don't know, man. And then I lost like 3 of my Pokemon. So I'm having a rough time right now. I'm going through it.
For the most part, just convinced in their beliefs. The full paragraph reading, the skinheads always traveled in a group, and it was common knowledge and fact that safety was in numbers. It took almost 2 years to build my crew, and the miraculous part was, the skinheads had no idea we were undercover operatives. We carefully chose them one by one. Despite the fact that they believed in an Aryan America and the white power movement, they were all law-abiding citizens for the most part, just convinced in their beliefs.
Why does voice go from like...
The majority of the skinheads were not only hate-mongers and racist,
I can hear more on one side
they thought
than the
nothing
other.
of manslaughter and could snap at any given moment with actions of violence.
Magikarp versus Magikarp.
White citing another quote on page 117, quote, "The sad part," Gleddy writes, "is that most people he was targeting were not breaking the law." The full paragraph reading, the FBI was ecstatic. There were multiple protests and rallies going on across America by white power organizations. The sad part is, they were not breaking the law. Yes, what they do behind the scenes is another thing, but constitutionally, putting on a protest with permits is accepted by the government, local city, and police. So when you have a protest, if you do it in the allotted amount of time and file for the proper permits, each city has to spend at least $200,000 for their protection and to protect the city and the people from rioting. However, this did not deter Gleddy, nor his handlers at the JTTF. White citing this fairly chilling excerpt from his book, quote, "It is the FBI, sir. They do whatever they want. They go wherever they want to go. They don't ask for permission, and they don't ask for forgiveness." The full context of this quote being from Gleddy's arrest and subsequent interrogation by Bloutsville PD. Not long after he had traveled to the town, on his way to a Klan rally, he had essentially blown his cover with the local PD, as he had been asking around about illegals and drug trafficking, along with being seen at the scene of a crime as a Mexican was being assaulted by some skinheads.
See, okay.
The town seemed to have been grilled.
To be fair, he bought it for the research purposes, but like, this is what I'm talking about, man. I would not even like, I wouldn't even put in like, where do you get this? Where do you fucking buy something like this? I don't even like, what kind of, oh shit, I accidentally pressed on the wrong thing. What kind of like, you'd have to, you know, you're paying fucking actual money. Where, how? I'm just lost. How would you even get this shit? Unless this is somebody else reading it? Maybe? How, dude? How?
With undocumented workers and illicit drug activity. Although not part of his assignment, he felt the need to investigate further and report it to the proper authorities. The police chief not taking too kindly to this. Quote, "Another mistake. The police chief reiterated this was his town, and no other law enforcement agency had the right to conduct any business without his consent. And he swore if they were going to do any work, they would have called him. I tried to explain. It is the FBI, sir. They do whatever they want. They go wherever they want. They don't ask for permission, and they don't ask for forgiveness." During his time as an informant, Gleddy would be in charge of intel gathering, going about this by organizing otherwise legal events.
Dude is throwing
or
it
in
back
his
on
case,
the bomb.
honeypots.
Oh, Music Moid.
Oh, Music Moid. Play those tracks. Also, High Squish.
Oh, Music Moid. Play those tracks. You got it, brother. Here, we'll play your little songs real quick. I need a small break from the schizo shit, man. It's hard to follow. I need a little break from my schizo stuff. Thank you for the 2, Abby. And welcome, Abby. Hi. Glamorous girl with her hair tied back, that's how you know. Clap, pop the collar up like that, drop to the floor. Glamorous girl with her hair tied back, that's how you know. Clap, pop the collar up like that, drop to the floor. Glamorous girl with her hair tied back, that's how
you know. Clap.
Now this is Abby music. This is the fucking Abby music I'm used to hearing.
Like that. Glamorous girl with her hair tied back. That's how you know. Clap. Run around, baby, get tired. We live a life that quick. Get into a fit, get fired. Hit 'em with a move, show it off. Run around, baby, get tired. We live a life that quick. And if they calling you a lie, hit 'em with a move, show it off. Like that.
This is so fucking. This is schizo music. Did I even grab? I forgot to grab heals. So great. He hits a crit immediately, and now I'm like shitting my pants in fear, wondering if he's gonna kill my Remy. There's no way he kills Remy. I can leech seed him, right? Okay. Please don't kill. Please don't kill. Please don't kill. Okay. I just need the leech seed. As long as I leech seed, I should be fine. Unironically, Astro John might be best for this. I gotta go buy heals after this. I have to do that. I don't know what I'm doing. At least I got the leech seed off. Thank God.
That's how you know. Clap, pop the collar up like that. Drop to the floor. Glamorous girl with her hair tied back. That's how you know. Clap, pop the collar up like that. Drop to the floor.
Who named it Astro John?
That's how you know. Clap.
What? I was Master Mark. No, this is a completely new song. I was gonna say, I was like, this sounds like a completely new song. All right, second song. Yeah, dude, I gotta get the fuck out of here, bro. Forgot to buy heals, and yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know why I thought this was a good idea. Second song, Diddy? You calling me Diddy? Abby, you're really whipping out the strange songs today. In the streets, they call you Diddy Blood 67. Oh my God! Don't leave without buying stuff. True. Buy heals, Marcus. I know. I just realized. That's like my biggest problem. I forget to buy heals. Yeah, I don't need hyper potions just yet. I'll just buy as many as I can. Okay, now that I have heals, I feel a little bit more confident. Astro John might have to be my help here. I think it's because he's fully evolved, so that's like... And now you're broke, Marcus. I mean, it's fine. We'll get our money back. It's no big deal. Why did you moan? Because she moaned in the song, bro. What are you talking about? She moaned in the song. Okay, I gotta go back up to get that fucking scroll. It's so bloopy and spring. It's so sprungly and spunkly. It's so scrunkly. It's a bit of a long song. I can't lie. Gulpin. Do I have an answer for you? Absolutely not. Great. Nick Andros, you're gonna have to put in some work, big man. That's another thing. I'm weak to poison types. Great. Oh, thank God he missed it. Please, 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 please miss, please miss, please miss, please miss. Fuck. Live. Fuck. You have got to. The chances, the odds. Like, bro, I'm not even joking anymore. This is getting ridiculous. It is actually insane. Like, bro, it is fucking insane how lucky the AI gets in this game where I have to now think about this and focus because I might lose because, oh my God, bro. Back to the grooming. Back to the grooming.
Collecting all manner of info on those whom attended, including photographing and filming people involved, their vehicles and license plates.
I need him to miss
subjecting
one.
them to searches
I'm
of
not
their
gonna
persons,
sit here, bro.
looking for any potential illicit paraphernalia or contraband. A practice that is otherwise illegal
Just
under
John,
the Fourth
get in
Amendment.
here, bro. Get
These
in
heavy
here,
restrictions
John.
would be deployed in the Toledo 2 rally, where he first met White, and later attempted again in a rally in Orlando, Florida, both of which Gleddy had helped organize. Their justification for this was a riot that had happened a month prior, or the original Toledo rally. Gleddy saying on page 126 that 8 Nazis came into Toledo, antagonized the black community, and provoked a riot. White would tell a different story, however, as he was there. He claims in both his FOIA request and later in his huge filing that this riot was, in part, caused by law enforcement and was set up by federal informants posing as local residents.
Marcus, can you get better at Pokemon?
Saying
Man,
FBI
it's not my
confidential human
fault!
Source Jeff Shope
None of
tasked
this
him
is
with
my
aiding
fault,
a
bro. I'm getting
march
the most
against black crime.
unluckiest shit.
In the morning of the 2005 rally in Toledo, police and the FBI gathered in the same parking lot as the National Socialist members and would soon direct them to drive through a crowd of angry
I can't
counter-protesters.
harden.
And
There's no
predictably,
physical
this
moves.
started problems, he said. They were able to make it through, but not long after
just
the
gonna
march
have to
began,
kill this
more
thing
violence
with
erupted.
confusion. Okay, there we go.
According to White,
Thank
the
God.
counter-protesters only attacked the police and none of the NSM members, saying none of them were even visible when the violence began. They were forced to turn back and end the rally. The overarching point White is making here is these events served as precursors in order to, as White states, establish credibility in wherever the FBI JTTF happens to be operating. White also saying in a lawsuit he filed in July of 2017 that the FBI JTTF would also arrange for violent counter-demonstrations through informants in groups such as Anti-Racist Action, stating these rallies would be set up on federal holidays and the agents overseeing these operations would pay themselves more money in order to monitor these rallies that they themselves organized. Not only that, but it was also in an effort to build a giant database, or to expand the FBI's intellectual files. Quote,
Yawn, are you fucking
"There's no doubt we were
kidding me?
expanding our characters, but we were also building intellectual files for the FBI. Thousands of miles, hundreds of photographed faces,
Please
and
kill
a
it.
myriad of tape recordings were contributing to the eradication of racial and religious prejudice in America." Another contention point White cites in his document is essentially the targeting of thought crimes. White saying, "The target was explicitly thought and First Amendment protected associations. Agent Kevin Farrington wanted us to disable their racist minds," Gleddy writes. Gleddy says that his mission was to take them down and disrupt them any way you can. Or, as Gleddy says that Special Agent Farrington put it, plant a bomb of paranoia and disruption at the heart of this group, then fuck with their minds until they break. Much of the context for this was in regards to the Confederate Hammerskins, the FBI's nemesis of Central Florida.
Hammerskins?
They would essentially set up a giant surveillance party, and the most egregious crime they would capture was the snorting of cocaine. Glady would spend the last couple of chapters describing his infiltration into the Hammerskins, attending their parties, and at the end, he participated in a sting that ended in an arrest in regards of holding a drug dealer at gunpoint and stealing his supply of crack cocaine. The quote's White citing coming from the beginning of chapter 16, Glady saying, "The FBI had been after the Hammerskins in Central Florida for years. Agent Kevin spoke with honesty that they had other operatives close to taking the group down, but they would never step up to the plate with conviction. They liked their lives. For the first time I understood what the FBI had in mind from the start of this mission. They had to be certain we contained the strength and guts to take this violent group apart. Agent Kevin was adamant that he did not simply want arrests and convictions. He wanted us to disable their racist minds and group." On the third paragraph of the page, Glady would write, "It was no longer just a party or an event here and there. It was a 24/7 job of crime and fear. Our orders were explicit. Plant the bomb of paranoia and disruption at the heart of this group, then fuck with their minds until they break." Glady would go on to describe some fairly egregious crimes committed by the Hammerskins, which, if true, would certainly lend a bit more justification.
I feel like, okay. I feel like half of this shit is just schizo posting, and none of it is, not saying none of it is real, but like for the most part, I feel like half of this shit is over exaggerated, because I guarantee you the guy making this is like a schizo who half this shit is probably in his mind. Like, bro, there's no way. There's no way. I don't believe it.
To the FBI and JTTF's operation. At least specifically with the Hammerskins.
Astro John's just gonna have to get me through
Quote,
most of this shit.
"The parties were where they brought, sold, and used drugs. We heard young girls scream while they were being raped by these thugs at the parties.
Jesus.
Even now as I tell the story, I get sick inside with just a memory. I watch with my hands tied while they beat a young black boy as he walked with a white girl at his side. The events were used to plan robberies, domestic terrorism, murder,
We gotta
and other criminal
get
violations.
Magic
I stood
up,
as close
though.
as I could, hoping my wire picked up locations." White would go on to claim that a good chunk of time during Glady's status as an informant was the preparation for future work, as many of his targets were in fact informants themselves. White would cite a couple of examples, the first being with a man by the name of James Langston. Langston being one of 3 men that both Glady and his associate Joe had met up with in order to accompany them to Hate Fest in Hobe Sound, Florida. Langston himself had just gotten done serving a prison sentence for third-degree manslaughter. During their trip, he would incessantly talk about the selling.
Chad, if you thought you were a hater, you haven't attended Hate Fest. All right? You have not attended Hate Fest. What the fuck is Hate Fest? This is so cringe. These people are so cringe, bro. It's not even funny. This is so cringe. Yeah, you gonna attend the next Hate Fest? God, I hate blacks. Yeah, I hate blacks too, buddy. Like, what do you do there? Do you walk around and talk about how much you hate, like, the other race or some shit? I don't fucking know. What the fuck? What is this? So evil. So evil and strange.
Of cocaine. Quote, "James was talking away about selling cocaine out of his trailer in Melbourne. All
Don't
the while I
worry,
was
Fox.
thinking,
I'll get better.
Keep
Don't
talking
worry.
and hang yourself." He would end up meeting him once again in Toledo, Ohio, but this time something seemed off. Quote, "James is part of the World Church of the Creator, and I went over to shake his hand. He remembered me, but something was wrong. He seemed a little nervous, and I was sure that he was caught selling drugs, and now was a criminal informant." The next example White would cite would be his work with the League of the South.
Hurry
specifically
up.
mentioning
What
his
do you mean,
interaction
hurry
with
up?
Rick Spring, one of the former leaders of the League of the South. Glady had met him through a man named Sonny
Let me
Hodges,
put on
an old
Raquel.
school
I don't
clan
wanna deal
member
with this.
whom he had met online. After some friendly online rapport, Hodges would invite Glady to attend a rally in Lawrence, South Carolina, at the Old Redneck Shop, hosted by the League of the South. Rick would take a liking to both Glady and Joe.
I do
and
have
would
to
end up
battle
asking them to
Brendan
attend more
here
rallies
soon,
and
so
join their
I
networks,
probably
as they were looking for more survivalist militia types.
I just realized I just realized I have to take on Brendan. Oh, hold on. So, and he has a Torchic, or at this point, it's not a Torchic. I'm pretty sure it's evolved. So I gotta really focus here, because this is gonna get fucking evil and retarded and fucked up, and I gotta think. I gotta fucking think and use my brain, dude. Because I have 2 grass types and a bug type, and that's my fucking team. I need... Yeah, he has a combustion. So I gotta lock the fuck in here and just and think for a second here on what I need to do. I should have just whipped out Zigzagoon. I don't know why I'm doing this. Please poison it. It's gonna take a fat minute to fight this thing. It's gonna take a fat minute.
According to Gletty,
We'll continue.
after their meeting, Rick and Sonny would end up exchanging a large sum of money for a nondescript
Might get
brown
wiped by
paper
Brendan.
bag.
I know.
Quote,
I gotta think.
"We were ready
I mean,
to head
okay.
out for the room when
Okay,
Sonny said,
okay. Ludicolo, or not is it Ludicolo? I forgot what it's called. Lotad, Ludicolo is the last one. Oh my god, it's howling, bro. It's fucking howling. It's evil. I wanted to poison it. Please, I gotta harden, dude. I have to harden. Fuck, what was I saying? I gotta, like, okay. He's a water type, so it should even out, and I should be able to take him on with him, but the problem is he might be a level, like, 21 or a 22. A Lombre. Yeah, there we go, Lombre. I gotta keep hardening, because this guy's gonna strengthen himself up as much as physically possible. So I gotta think about that, but, I mean, his other team, I'm pretty sure he has a Whalmer, which, Whalmer is easy. We have grass types for Whalmer, so it's not a big deal. For the Combuskin, it's literally just like I have to. Okay, but Bite's doing basic damage. I can handle this. I was hoping for a poison. Didn't get a single poison off the poison sting. Gotta love that when they do a poison sting on me, it's probably like first time they do it, I get poisoned. But when I do 20 different fucking poison stings, I don't get a single poison. But whatever, dude. I don't care. It's not a big deal. Who cares?
"Hey, wait a minute, Rick." And Rick nonchalantly handed him what seemed to be at least $10,000. He said, "Here it is." And he grabbed a brown paper bag full of whatever. Of course, it was obviously cocaine, because Sonny had mentioned earlier that he had ways of making extra money without elaborating. But it was obvious. White stating in his FOIA request that Rick Spring was also an informant. Quote, "Rick Spring sent out an email maybe a decade ago, admitting that he was an informant too."
Aaron.
Thus, what the FBI and JTTF were doing.
Okay, this
was
is where I
building up
have to
Gletty through their
use
front
Remy
groups in
or
preparation
Aiden.
for future work. In 2005, members of Sutter's League of the South helped build up Gletty. Gletty and his legal militia.
It contains Whalmer, Shroomish, and Combuskin. Shroomish is fine. Whalmer's fine. It's Combuskin that I'm worried about. I can take the Whalmer, fine. I have grass types. Shroomish, Astro John could probably handle that one fine. And okay, that was a one-shot kill. And then it's gonna have to be Lombre to take on. It's gonna have to be Lombre. Electric. I need to get Nick Andros' levels up. I need maybe his levels are gonna be high, dude. I don't know, man. This might be a fight that I might lose this fight. I'm not even gonna lie to you, dude. We might be cooked. I might be down to literally 0 Pokemon. I'm not even gonna lie. Does that mean I lose? Like, I don't have anything after this. I can't use the Skitty. That's not a thing.
As he calls it,
Whatever,
would
dude.
go and assist those within Wiggins, Mississippi, at the behest of Dr. Michael
howling,
Hill,
bro. Like, what
president
am I
of the League of the
supposed to
South.
do?
All of this in an effort
This guy's
to
gonna
gain a more
fucking
favorable
rape me.
reputation within the
This
white
guy's gonna
collar
rape
movement as a whole,
me.
which would ultimately do just that. They would end up spreading the word, and thus the infiltration would begin.
No!
Quote, "This was a considerable step up. The clan group, Church of the Jesus Christ Christian, invited me to the yearly congressional meeting in Scottsboro, Alabama. Another group invited me to their yearly meeting and party on Jekyll Island, Georgia. The National Socialist Movement called and asked me to attend a rally they were having in Toledo, Ohio. I was making great progress, and right where the FBI needed me. Spending so much time and effort over the last couple of years building my character, getting to be known and accomplishing missions was finally paying dividends." Beyond the questionable intel gathering, White would go on to describe the rampant cocaine abuse.
Lear
Quote,
Howell,
"I've
Lear
attended
Howell.
white
Fuck
nationalist
you,
events
dude.
for almost 2 decades, and I've never seen cocaine at one." Confirming this when Gletty describes the use of cocaine in his book. It is almost exclusively the federal informants using it. This is true when Gletty, Joe, and Spring use cocaine, while others refrain. And it is true when Gletty and Langston use cocaine.
Thank God.
Much of the context for this that White is citing is for private parties or private gatherings. The context for page 44 is during a Hammerskins pool party, where everyone, including Gletty, was indeed using the drug. Page 61 describes the same initial meeting
Hammer
between Rick,
Skins
Sonny,
pool
Joe,
party?
and
They're
Gletty,
throwing fucking
along with
pool
another one of Rick's
parties?
associates, a man by the
I
name
gotta
of
heal
Laszlo.
before I do this,
Just before the
bro.
alleged
I wasted
cocaine
a
deal,
rappel for
they were
this.
having a smoke session, all except for Laszlo, saying he didn't smoke, but in fact preferred sugar on his donuts. Page 71 took place supposedly after
I get it
Hate
because
Fest
it like
at James
cocaine.
Langston's place, and page 156 was in the context of their surveillance party, in a private room where some Hammerskin leadership, along with some members, took part in the illicit drug. White would go on to accuse Gletty of committing and permitting more violent crime than his targets. Quote, in addition to the introduction of cocaine, Gletty also commits or permits more violent crime than his targets, another theme of this operation. Gletty was arrested for felony hate crime assault in Morrisville, Alabama in 2005. The FBI made this go away.
Not surprising that this is in
assault
Alabama.
Go away for perpetrator number 1
Yeah,
in
who
2011.
cares? I'll just put
the
the
first half of this
rappel on now.
paragraph is referencing Chapter 9, or the Alabama Slammer. Here, I think White is being dishonest. As it is true, Gletty did get arrested. He was arrested for very dubious reasons. The primary one was because he was asking too many questions, specifically in regard to the high number of undocumented workers and the methamphetamine crisis that Gletty had observed in the small town. Even when he went in for booking, one of the holding officers unhandcuffed him because he thought the charges were bogus. Really, the only thing you can accuse Gletty of here is being too up his own ass about being an informant. The assault White referenced is on page 97, taking place at a bar. Gletty did not take part. He was merely in the vicinity.
This story is so fucking insane. How did we get to here? We were talking about a Discord cult called 764. We have managed to get to the name John Gletty. This is so deep. What the actual fuck are we talking about here? Hold on. This is focus mode. We got to really focus up here. You know what I think I'm going to do, chat? I'm going to put like a little graphic at the bottom of the screen of all the dead Pokemon for the next stream. If I do that. Okay, yeah. Well, he leads with Whalmer, who's a level 18. Are you fucking me? Are you dead serious? Dude, this is going to be rough. Only 2 of my Pokemon are level 20. The rest are severely behind. Oh my god, bro. This is going to be rough. I might have to take on his Shroomish with my Shroomish. And we'll go from there. Okay, Shroomish, do your work. Do your work. Do what you got to do. This should be easy. This should be easy. This part is the easy part. Now let's see who he leads into next, and then we'll go from there. This is gonna be important. Okay, yeah, easy, light work, no reaction, no big deal. Okay, level 21 Remy. He's gonna lead with a Combuskin. This is where I need to fit. Okay, so this is my problem. Do I stay with Shroomish and Leech Seed him first and then swap? Or I don't think I do that. I don't think that's the move. We're going to switch out. We're going to do Lombre. We're going to hope Aiden can handle this on his own. I'm pretty sure he's like a level 21 or a level 22 or some shit. Okay, he's same level. He's same level. And I have a super effect. I'm super effective. Okay, we can fake out first. Get a little damage on him. We're same level. I think I should be fine. Okay, double kick. What does that do to me? That's a lot of damage, bro. Don't tell me this shit doesn't do enough damage. Mine's actually super effective. What? Mine is super effective. And his does half my health? Bro, I'm cooked. I should have led with Shroomish. I should have just led with Shroomish. Dude. You've got to be fucking kidding me. You actually have to be kidding me, bro. How? I gotta hope that he just starts with... Okay, actually, wait. Sand Attack is fine. That's okay. He led with Sand Attack. Astro John is gonna get sacked here. I have to sack him for he's gonna use a fire type move, which is fine. I can't lose Lombre. Yep, and it's gonna kill immediately. Fucking of course it is, and he's gonna get the speed boost. Okay. Okay. Dude, I don't want to risk it, but like, can Remy live a flame charge? Like, can Remy live one? Because if I can get a leech seed on him, then I'm fine. But like, if he can't live a fucking, I'm so cooked if I lose Remy. Oh, dude. Oh, this sucks. This sucks so much. I have to risk it, bro. I have to risk it. Remy, please live a flame charge, bro. Please. Please. Don't lose to a flame charge. Please live one. Just live one hit. Just live one hit. He double kicked. He double kicked. Yes. Yes. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. Yes. Oh, thank fucking God. Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, we're fine. We lost Astro John, which wasn't going to be good in the oh, he has Peck. Okay, wait. That wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. And I get a leech seed too. Oh. Now, how do I deal with the Shroomish? Now, how do I deal with the Shroomish? Because my Astro John is dead. If this kills, I'm actually going to fucking fling my table across the fucking room. Okay. Okay, we should be able to finish him here. This should be able to kill it. Oh, I can breathe. Oh my God, bro. Shroomish versus Shroomish. I think my Shroomish should be fine. I should be able to poison powder, and then as long as the poison kills it, it should be fine. I have headbutt as well. And I'm 3 levels higher. Literally, there is no reason why my Shroomish shouldn't beat his Shroomish. Oh, it doesn't work? Oh, I guess I didn't realize that. That was a crit? Okay, that's fine. If that's a crit, then I'm happy. It's literally just going to be us headbutting each other. That shouldn't do anything. If I lose to a fucking 3 level less Shroomish, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Why is he faster all of a sudden? Wait, I was faster a second ago. Now he's faster than me. Oh. Man, this makes no fucking sense, dude. Oh my God. I'm in the clear. We can watch the video now. I don't care.
The bar was in a small town 35 miles away, and we were in a group of 16. They began their usual vulgar and racist behavior. Okay. And as I looked on, they began knocking some Mexicans around. They think they are superior and have the right as they beat these young Mexicans down.
What?
Of course, I was not involved, but I was guilty by association. When I heard them call the cops, I split. The police chief tried to stick whatever he could to him because he didn't like his overly sarcastic attitude. Reading this, glad he didn't really do himself any favors.
Is he gonna
heal? It is true that the
FBI
FBI did indeed bail him out.
He does.
However, they were not very happy about it.
And
it damn near costed him his career as an informant.
He does.
As Glady describes, when you're undercover, you don't go on side missions. Quote, they essentially had told me I fucked.
Get fucked! Get fucked! Fox, get fucked! Game over. You put game over? Yeah, right. Only lost 1 Mon. Only lost 1. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Did he heal my Pokemon? Okay, he did. Yeah, look at me. Look at me not losing. That was probably the scariest fight of my life, and I won. Yeah, look at you, man. Yeah, look at you. Now you don't know what to say, because I won. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. That's right. That's right. Wait, why am I encountering a Pokemon? What? Whatever, dude.
Up. And, obviously, I didn't know the golden rule. I was learning too quickly.
Good
But
job,
never leave the
Marcus.
primary
Yeah, of
mission
course, thank
for
you.
a secondary mission. Never had I learned more quickly why you do not do that.
I kept the run alive.
Through this entire ordeal, Glady was trying to get in contact with Agent Kevin Farrington through the arresting officers, and he would eventually get his wish. Quote, hey, Agent Kevin, it's Dave. Don't say anything, and just listen. We're done. I let you get away with things in the past that you weren't supposed to do because you got so much good evidence and you've done such good work with us. We have let it slide. We let you have a long rope. We let you have such freedom, and this is how you treat us? We gave you so much rope you ended up hanging yourself with it. It's over. The marriage is over. I want you to get on that damn Greyhound bus and don't talk to anyone. Get your ass back to Orlando. The minute you get in Orlando, I want you to call Agent Dan and let him know you're back in town. And I don't want you to do anything until I get back into contact with you. Do you hear me, Mr. Gleddy? Although White's previous citation is a bit dubious, his next citation is far more credible. Gleddy would be very hard-pressed to justify his actions here. Although he tries, I don't think he succeeds. This would be at the Night's Inn in Toledo, Ohio,
Like, see,
during a large skinhead
this is what
gathering.
I mean. Like,
During this, Gleddy would experience his first
is
snowfall.
any of this
He
like
decided to
actually
unwind-
true though? Like, is any of this actually true? This feels like, who would write this in a book? Like, this feels like schizo posting. This is fucking, there's no way. There's no way. Doesn't affect the Lombre. Why? Because he's a grass. What? How does the poison powder not affect the fucking Lombre? God damn it. Does leech seed affect him? What? Okay, whatever, dude.
And walk around in it for a bit. It would be here when the Toledo maintenance man, or just the maintenance man as Gleddy refers to him, would confront him. He would essentially accuse Gleddy of trying to break into cars. Quote, I was walking in the snow and a maintenance man noticed me and pulled up in a Bronco and stopped. I walked up to the vehicle and he said, Hey, what are you doing? Dude, I'm walking through the snow. What do you think I'm doing? No, what are you doing? Because you better not be trying to break into cars or I'll kick your ass. Dude, don't get started off the wrong foot or you're gonna have your hands full. You just better not be messing around. I said, okay, whatever. I'll see you around, bro. I'll see you around. I gave him the crazy eye look and he took off. About an hour later, he would come across the parked Bronco.
Whoa, there's words down there. There's words down there that are evil. There's words at the bottom of the book that you guys probably can't see because it's on a small screen, but I can see it. The guy said that he hates hates blank blank, and he thinks we're all just trash, just like N-words, but hard R. Whoa! Whoa!
Some skinheads happened to be walking towards him, saw him throw the trash can on the hood, and asked what the hell was going on. He then accused the maintenance man of talking shit. He would unfortunately show back up and get the skinheads to violently assault him, of which they did just that. Quote, out of the corner of my eye, there he was, the maintenance man. I said, there he is, and the guys with me jumped on him like a pack of hungry wolves. Within seconds, the maintenance man was toast. He got up, brushed off the snow, mud, and blood, then went about his way. We then went our way with a sense of pride. Gleddy's excuse was to blend in further with the skinheads, even though at this point, his cover was not at risk of being blown. Gleddy and his cohorts would encounter White for the first time at the Toledo 2 rally in Ohio at the tail end of 2005. White states that he worked as an organizer for the National Socialist Movement at the time. Part of his job was to meet with local groups, otherwise known as units,
Hi,
and
Captain
help them
C.
organize. During his travel to
Wow,
Ohio,
you're still here.
White would
Yeah? Why wouldn't I? Do you hate me? Do you, like, hate me or something? Yeah, why wouldn't I be here, man? Or do you mean, like, why? I'm still listening to this video. It's a long video, man. Are we dead serious? Did he just get energy ball? Bro, I'm about to lose my shit, man. I can't use Astro John for this fight. Just bring out the Remy, dude. Just bring out the Remy. He's the only thing that works. The Remy's the only thing that works, man. Just use the Remy. Why does Dude, Nuzleaf is such a Jew. Look at the nose on that thing. That's a perfect Aiden right there. That's fucked up, dude. That is fucked up. Stuff like this is a lot to process. Just the fact people like that exist. Well, okay. It's like I said. I'm going to be brutally honest. I don't think half of this shit that this guy is saying happened. And the reason I say that is because, like, this is schizophrenic shit. Like, this is like fucking crazy. Like, there's no way this shit happened. You know, like, there's no way, like, well, okay. I do agree that these people definitely got into some definite, like, Nazi adjacent stuff and all that. Don't get me wrong, right? Don't get me wrong. But, like, I don't know, man. Like, this is a bit over the top. Like, a lot of this shit seems like egotistical shit. Like, oh, the guy writing this seems like he's in his own head type of shit. Whereas, like, half of the stuff he's talking about in these stories, quote-unquote stories, like, I guarantee you half of it didn't happen. Or if it did happen, it wasn't as intense, quote-unquote intense, as he labels it as. Hate groups exist, and a lot will die for their cause. No, definitely. Hate groups do exist. And I'm sure this guy is a part of a hate group. But, like, to think that this guy's doing, like, secretive FBI shit going undercover, but yet he wrote a book about it afterwards. It's like, bro, you wouldn't be allowed to write a book about this shit, bro. You would be cooked. They wouldn't let you do that. Some of this seems far-fetched. Yeah, some of it definitely seems a little far-fetched. I mean, I'm sure the guy was definitely part of some of this stuff, but holy shit. Why is everything so fucking overpowered? I'm gonna lose my mind, bro. I'm gonna lose my mind.
Claim every person of prominence Gleddy met with was an informant. Everyone but White. From this, he deduced that he was the target. His only reason for traveling to Ohio was to create a venue for the Florida-based investigation. White saying, Gleddy was told by Farrington that he was going to be focusing his part of the operation on groups in the Middle District of Florida. Thus, his only reason for traveling to Ohio must have been to create a venue for the Florida investigation. At the same time White had met Gleddy, he would also encounter his legal militia.
The whole North Korea
which
thing
Jeff Shope
seems
had
kind of
asked
fake.
him to assist.
Well, okay, so he did say that the guy that they were originally talking about actually took pictures in North Korea, so I don't know if he's just been there, like he did those tour things and he's been there or something. Because it does seem like he's taken pictures in the country, but I don't know. But, I mean, these guys definitely worship the DPRK, but do they actually have ties to the DPRK? I'm gonna be honest, probably not. Like, they probably don't have, like, connections to the DPRK. That's insane. Like having connections to the DPRK is, in my opinion, that's, like, nearly impossible. I don't know how somebody could get connections from America to the DPRK and not be, like, on... And not be the first, like, dude, if there were people that had connections to the DPRK in America, the government would probably want to fucking, like, hunt you down and find you and, like, arrest you or something. You know? Like, especially if the government found out, which I'd imagine the government at some point had to have found out. It seems like these people just have a massive obsession. Back in our day, our Abras only knew teleport and used it as their opening moves, and we liked it. Well, to be fair, that Abra was a trainer's Abra, so... I think if I encountered an Abra, they'd still have the teleport. That's gonna be something. If we do, dude, okay. That's actually, you make a fair point here, Cryptid. If we do a run on Diamond and Pearl or Platinum or whatever, there is a chance to encounter an Abra. I feel like you guys better not fuck me over. The only Pokemon that I can use to get that Abra is a Chimchar. I need Chimchar because he learns a move that blocks him from using Teleport. That's the only way I can catch that fucking thing. We got that. That's got to be the encounter we have to get. I feel like it has to be. If we want the right encounter. At least. It's a poison. It is a poison type. He's a level 14. There's no way Nick Andros gets fucked by this thing.
However, from the get-go, White became wary.
I just realized that I paused on a screen with a bunch of people doing the fucking salute. God damn it, dude. This might fuck my stream. I had for a full fucking 2-3 minutes, I had a bunch of people doing the fucking salute. God damn it, dude. Fuck. Fuck. No.
Impressed with the militia that Gleddy had presented to him, but would suspect Gleddy of lying to him soon after. He would report his suspicions to Shope, including the appearance of Gleddy's fellow informant and partner, Joe, appearing to be a black man associated with a supposedly neo-Nazi and white supremacist militia. He recommended Shope cancel the whole ordeal altogether. However, Shope would insist White get the job done. White quoting an excerpt from Gleddy's book, that the feelings of distrust and dislike were mutual. Quote, Bill White may be smart enough to be an attorney,
Come on,
but he's
Nick
a
Andros.
jerk, and I do not like him. Bill White is a real jerk, but straight to the point, and got the job done.
Just gonna use rollout.
The context here would be White's contention of the imposed rules
Big
that Glennie
time.
and the FBI had tried to impose upon
Hey,
the National Socialist
Butters.
Movement protest in Orlando,
I
Florida.
have to
White would win
sand
this
attack this
contention,
guy.
and the protest would be treated like any other. White would go on to write why he believed the JTTF was targeting him. This revelation would come from a meeting he had with
Oh my
another
God,
informant
please
by the
miss
name
the-
of Brian Holland,
Dude.
whom worked as a recruiter of sorts
I have to
at
just-
the National Socialist Movement headquarters.
Are we dead serious, bro? Are we dead serious? Am I gonna lose Nick Andros now? There's no way. I have sand attacked him twice. He landed it! What the fuck is my luck? I sand attacked him twice, and rollout isn't even 100% accuracy. It's like a 90 or an 80%. How is he landing it? Bro, please. Oh my God. You've got to be kidding me, bro. If he lands this, I'm cooked. If he keeps landing them, I'm actually so cooked. I'm actually so cooked. How does he land them?
Which, according to White, was entirely...
Please don't land this. Please don't land this. Oh, so now you don't. Oh. I sand attacked him twice. Marcus, cutest bottom dog of all time. What? What? What are we talking about? Bottom dog? If anything, I'm top dog. The fuck? God damn it, dude. I can't believe this, bro. I can't. I'm so cooked, bro. I'm so cooked. Oh my God, man. I'm so cooked. I lost my Nick Andros. He's the one that picks shit up off the ground. I mean, to be fair, the dentist has been hurting my mouth again. Tink this shit trying to kill me. I mean, that's why you don't go to the dentist, man. You're not supposed to go to the dentist. What is my cat saying out there? Do you guys hear that? Do you guys hear that? I don't think you guys can hear that. My cat is like going batshit insane right now outside, screaming at the top of her lungs. I don't know what the fuck she's saying. I don't get what she's saying, but I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess that it's kind of cool, I guess. I don't know. Show cat. It's Ginger. She just sits there and meows and meows and meows and meows and meows. Not what the emoji says. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? See, I have no Pokemon alive. Dude, I went from saying this is too easy. I went from saying this is too easy, and then I'm having to... I might have to... He has a Nuggets? Oh, at least he had a Nugget before dying. I went from saying this is too easy to turning off my fucking thing to losing more than half of my team. Oh my God, bro. I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. This is... The gang's all here. The gang's all here. At least I still have my fucking... at least I still have my Magikarp. A Gyarados in the late game could be very, very key. A Gyarados in the late game could very much be a very good Pokemon to have. So, at least there's that. I am not trying to fight you guys right now, bro. Can I please just get my encounter? There's too many people here to fight. Okay. I can get a good encounter here. He pulled it out and showed me the nerve, the sick bastard. They want my roots? What the fuck? What are you talking about, Butters? I'm done. I'm so done, bro. I can't run a whole team of grass types, bro. Like, I can't, bro. I can't. Oh my. I'm cooked. Am I even going to be able to catch this thing? I guess the poison typing is good. I guess. Dog, I don't fucking know anymore. I don't understand. Just get it as low as possible. Flinched. Thanks for the flinch. Okay, we gotta bubble it. Hope it gets it down at least a little bit. Okay, yellow should be fine. 3 grass types, bro. I can't win with 3 grass types. There's a flying type gym. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I only have 17 Pokeballs. Please don't do damage to my fucking... I don't know what I'm gonna do here. I actually am so worried. I have nothing to look forward to here. I don't know anymore.
Staffed by federal informants. During this meeting, Holland would ask permission from White in order to run for
I don't
Congress.
want to waste my Ultra Ball.
White saying he did not
but
need
I might
his
have
permission.
to.
Holland telling White, no one was able to do anything in white nationalism if I opposed
Damn,
them.
bro, you're cooked. Fuck
This
you,
perception of
fuck
power came from
you.
White's influence and his own intel gathering and dissemination
She's
ability.
growthing
mostly through
so
his
much.
website
I'm
and other
actually like
publications he
scared.
wrote
It's
for.
gonna she's got her attack is so boosted. I'm scared. I'm freaking out a little bit because actually wait, why am I bubbling? I have Astonish. Why am I using bubble? Is this gonna kill? Oh. Wait, she has Mega Drain. She's gonna heal her fucking health back up. Bro, I can't even get it. I can't even catch it. Please flinch. Yes. Okay. Please just go in the ball. Please just go in the ball. Please just go in the ball. Oh my. I'm done. I'm running. I can't. I can't even catch it because I can't do anything. Dude, I gotta switch to Remy. Oh my god, bro. This is so fucking... This is bullshit, man. I'm so cooked. My team is just... I can't do anything. I can't do anything. I can't fight a bunch... I can't use all these grass types. I'm so cooked. Please, it is red health. Just go in the fucking ball. Name it after me. Yeah, you can have your Roselia. Get in the ball! Bro, get in the ball. You are a level 14. Just get in the fucking ball. We're not catching legendaries here, man. It's a fucking Roselia. Fucking get in the ball. You sick fuck. I have a Skitty. I guess I have I have a Skitty. I guess we can go far with him. We'll call it Fox. Fox actual or Fox? So you actually have a full grass type team? I mean, unless not, I have a Skitty and a Magikarp. That's my team. That's the team I've been dealt. Route 117. I'm gonna look this shit up and see what I could have possibly have gotten. Let's see. Let's see what I could have possibly gotten. I could have gotten, actually, you know what? I could have gotten a repeat Zigzagoon, which I can get since my other one died, which I don't want. I could have gotten an Illumise, which I don't want, but a Marill would have been better. An Oddish probably would have been better, but Roselia is pretty decent. Surskit is the other. So I guess to be fair, it wasn't, the options weren't really that great. It's not, I think I got the best option. Bro's torturing himself. Dude, listen, man, I'm trying my best here. When does Magikarp evolve? Does anybody remember what level? What level does Magikarp evolve? If I can get Magikarp up to no, I have to fight. I can't. I have to face off against a grass type, not grass type, electric type gym. Which, by the way, he has a Magnite, or why did I forget his name? The one that's a steel, a fucking electric steel type. So I don't really have an answer for that, by the way. I don't have an answer for that. Nothing on my team is an answer for that. So I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. My team is so cooked. It's not even funny, dude. This is so fucked up. Does it at least have a good nature? Okay, it's a neutral nature. At natural cure, all status conditions heal when Pokemon switches out. Okay, that's actually not that bad. Roselia is a good Pokemon. I can't lie. I can't lie. Roselia is a good Pokemon. I don't have a shiny stone, but I mean, we can get one later down the line, and Roserade is a good Pokemon. So it's not like this is bad. I just have too many grass types. Like, I have a ridiculous amount of grass types. I don't know how I'm going to get through this game. Like, I said I needed grass types earlier. This is not what I meant. This is not at all what I meant. I didn't mean give me all the fucking grass types in the game. I just need a few. Whatever, dude. We gotta train. I have to train.
Because of this, it's reasonable to assume that the erosion of White's influence was at the top
we'll
of the list.
We'll listen to the rest of this video. Chad, we'll listen. I'm going to listen to the rest of this video. I'm going to train in this area, and then I'm probably going to end stream. And then I'll end stream because Doduo, he counters my whole team. I'm so cooked. Stream's gonna end after this, bro. Stream's gonna end after this. My whole team is gone. My whole team is gone. He counters my entire team. The one typing in the game that I can't face, and I'm facing it right now. The first fucking go. Please don't have Peck. Please, for the love of God, don't have Peck. Okay. Okay, I can handle Rage. I can handle Quick Attack. He avoided it. Great. Please don't have Peck. Okay, he's not using Peck, so I think I'm fine. I think I'm okay. Hopefully. Shroomish, please don't die, bro. You're my only hope. I need your fighting. I need your fighting typing later. Please. I don't think he has Peck. I think I'm actually safe. Thank fucking God, bro. Holy shit. I was gonna throw something across the room. Holy shit. Okay, we're safe.
One of the alleged bombs of paranoia and disruption attempts came in the form of an affair setup. According to White, while he was attending one of Gleddy's Orlando events, a woman by the name of Laura Sennett invited the man to her hotel room. White, being suspicious, brought another party with him. 2 weeks later, his wife received an email claiming White had an affair with the woman, calling it a poison pen email. White would only meet Gleddy a couple of more times after these events, one of which being another.
Yes! Yes! Oh my God, we're fine. We're actually fine. The run is saved. The run is so saved. It's not even funny. It's so saved, bro. Oh my God. The run is saved. We have a counter for the steel type. We have a counter for the steel type. Oh, thank God, bro. I forgot he evolves, and he gets Mach Punch. Oh my God, bro. Yes, dude. Yes. I don't need Headbutt. Thank God, bro. Thank God we have Remy.
Influence at a meeting in Lawrence, South Carolina, at the old redneck shop. Hosted by the Aryan Nations, many of the speakers at this event directly denouncing White, the last being at an event in Lansing, Michigan, of which he provides no details. White would end off his document talking about a man by the name of Kelly Boaz.
Get off the
According to
screen!
White, is the third man from the right, pictured here, in the glasses and the hoodie. The man whom he claims is responsible for using perpetrator number 1 and perpetrator number 2, aka Joshua Sutter, to impersonate him in order to frame White for, quote, threatening witnesses and otherwise obstruct justice in this matter with federal authorization, one of the charges he had been convicted for. He goes on to describe Boaz as the prototypical bad cop. According to White's document, Boaz joined the Palm Bay, Florida PD in 1984 and quickly gained a reputation for brutality and fabrication of evidence. For the next 3 decades of his career, he would only flesh out this reputation. He would receive the most reports for civil rights violations on his first year on the job, and be very liberal in his use of excessive force, receiving over a dozen complaints between the years of 1993 and 2004, much of which being the aforementioned accused excessive force, but also just other strange, petty things, like being accused of stealing a woman's license and threatening a young boy with jail time for, quote, harboring a fugitive. White also listing off some more violent uses of force, such as breaking the arm of a robbery suspect, dragging a teenager across a parking lot for an underage drinking citation, twisted the arm of a man so badly he shit himself, and even killed a fleeing suspect.
What?
However, to Boaz's credit...
Wait, hold on, what?
Senate,
you can do that? You can twist a guy's arm so badly that they can shit themselves? Are we dead serious? She had poison sting that whole fucking time. You've got to be shitting me. I'm actually so happy she didn't use poison sting. Oh, it does fucking 1 damage. We're so in the clear. We're so in the clear. Roselia, yeah. Wait, okay, Ben, are you here? Do you know where a shiny stone is? You know where like everything is in this game. Do you know where a shiny stone is in this game? That's still not enough damage. Okay. Okay, the headbutt didn't do anything, actually. The headbutt didn't do anything. Can we poison it, please? He learned that he has a headbutt. Not really. Marcus, are you at maximum emojis allowed? I want a Marcus crying laughing emoji like this. I think I am at the maximum emojis, but I apologize. I do believe I am at the max. So yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, I might swap some of them out. I was originally going to get rid of a few. There are a few that I want to get rid of, like the donut stacking one. Like we just don't do, like nobody fucking uses that at all. The donut dog one, nobody uses that. Gama pregnant is a little weird because I don't know, this is my channel, not Gamma's, so I don't know why I have that one, to be honest. I don't know why it's not a Marcus pregnant. There's one on Route 121. Okay. Shiny stone on Route 121. Okay, if we can get through. Okay, Goldine's easy. Goldine is easy.
No, he would have likely been run over if he had not taken such action.
I don't know why it's not a pregnant
many times
Marcus.
over the years and even faced suspension, but record of his brutality would continue. This rap sheet, according to White, landed him a job in the FBI's JTTF sometime between 01 and 07. Supposedly taking over for Gletty after the Orlando Sentinel blew his cover in a 2007 article. Quote, a paid FBI informant was the man behind a neo-Nazi march through the streets of Paramore that stirred up anxiety in Orlando's black community and fears of racial arrest that triggered a major police mobilization. The FBI would not comment on what it knew about the involvement of its informant, 39-year-old David Gletty of Orlando, in the neo-Nazi event. In court Wednesday, an FBI agent said the Bureau had paid its informant at least $20,000 during the past 2 years. Wow. Gletty said when reached by phone late Wednesday. It is what it is. You were there in court. I can't really go into any detail now. White would go on to describe the case of the 1st SS Cavalry Brigade, Motorcycle Division, and how Boaz allegedly convinced August Reese III to lead this division.
Keep Steam
Quote,
happy. Oh yeah, I'm
trading
definitely
up
keeping
credibility
Steam
of Gletty's
happy.
militia.
I'm never getting rid of Steam
Boaz
happy.
introduced himself to Kreese by email in 2007, as perpetrator number
Badu.
2 was close to Kreese.
Oh,
And all
Fox will
this
kill
appears to have
Badu
been
with
one
like
operation.
a snap of her.
It is a reasonable
a snap of
inference
her
that
finger.
Boaz was working with perpetrator number 2 at this time. Boaz talked Kreese into forming a neo-Nazi biker gang. As Gletty had now been outed by the Sentinel, Boaz just happened to have a spare biker gang, Gletty's militia.
Okay, now we're on to Bo.
The gang was now
Man, the only Bo I know is Bo Nix, and that's my daddy. I wish Bo Nix was my dad. That'd be so fucking awesome if he was my father. That would make me so happy.
12th SS Cavalry Battalion or some such nonsense. Like the Aryan Nations, the Rural People's Party, and the militia, the gang was fraudulent and comprised almost entirely of federal
Is
agents
Badu a
and
poison
informants. White's assumption of this being part of a larger
I
operation
forgot Badu was a poison
correct.
and grass type.
Ken Silva, over on Headline USA, diving further into the details of this operation, dubbed Primitive Affliction. Essentially another entrapment operation, except this time with the theme of a neo-Nazi motorcycle gang. However, there would be some contending details. White claiming it was Boaz whom talked Kreese into forming the 1st SS Cavalry Brigade. However, according to Ken Silva's article, it would be a man by the name of Robert Killian whom would plant the seed of forming this motorcycle division into Kreese's head. Killian being another informant that worked alongside Boaz in Operation Primitive Affliction. Silva's article going on to say, quote, according to court records, Boaz was introduced to the outlaw bikers and the 1st SS Cavalry in 2009 by his colleague, Killian. By then, Boaz had already infiltrated the Black Pistons biker gang and was posing as one of its members, a renegade bomb maker named Kevin Post. The SPLC article cited by Ken Silva, going more in depth on Robert Killian, would imply the motorcycle gang was around since at least 2007, not long after Killian had met Kreese and joined the Aryan Nations. Quote, by 2007, Killian was a bona fide member of the Aryan Nations faction led by Kreese. He also became an active member of the 1st SS Cavalry Brigade, an Aryan Nations motorcycle division formed in part by members of the Outlaws, who joined the neo-Nazi group in an unusual alliance. White going on to say that Kreese would be the one to lead this gang. Quote, Kreese, excited at the chance to actually lead something for once in his life, came to Florida, but would not allow the president of the Outlaw Club to join his gang, as the man's mother was Cuban, a fact with no racial connotations. Ken Silva's article would go on to say that Kreese saw this as an opportunity to gain
Your mom is not white.
Membership and increased revenue for the Aryan Nations. Going on to say that the gang would end up being led by a man named Brian Close, a member
Surprised
of the
he didn't
Outlaws.
attack him.
However,
Surprised
Close
he
would come to greatly regret
allowed
his
him to
decision,
stay.
as he was surrounded by informants and undercover operatives. Quote, with Close surrounded by a gaggle of informants and undercover cops, the 1st SS Cavalry Clubhouse was open for business. According to internal law enforcement records, there were at least 4 undercover employees and an untold number of informants who infiltrated the group, along with numerous wiretaps and other sophisticated techniques. Regardless of White's conflicting account regarding the origins of the 1st SS Cavalry Brigade, Boaz would still play an integral role in Operation Primitive Affliction, which, at the beginning of 2012...
He looks so cool! He looks so cool!
Regardless of White's conflicting account regarding the origins of the 1st SS Cavalry Brigade, Boaz would still play
He's
an
like a
integral
little
role
samurai
in
guy,
Operation
dude.
Primitive
Look at
Affliction.
him! He's like a samurai. Awesome sauce, dude. Awesome sauce. What the hell? He's so cool. He's got like a little samurai sword and stuff. He's like Asian. Isn't that so cool? Oh shit, wait. Is this super effective against? No, it's not. No, it's not. Poison effective
Which,
against.
at the beginning of 2012, would end
Very.
in 6 arrests. Arrests that the SPLC would call major accomplishments. However, it would prove to be anything but. During Boaz's time in Operation Primitive Affliction, he would adopt the pseudonym Kevin Post and act as a bomb maker for the Black Pistons biker gang, and then later for the Outlaws and the SS Cavalry Brigade. It's not a coincidence that 4 out of the 6 people have been charged with threatening to throw a destruction.
Okay, I will say, this is like derail after derail. This video is well put together, but holy shit, man. I mean, like, this has gone down. Like, bro, we went from talking about a Discord pedophile group that, like, a Discord cult that is full of pedophiles and people who exploit children, to now we're talking about fucking somebody who's closely connected to this guy, that's also connected to this guy, that's also connected to this guy who's in a biker gang and hates blacks or whatever, and is like Aryan. And then people connected to fucking Pyongyang, North Korea. Like, what the actual fuck is happening, dude? This is so hard to follow. Like, I'm gonna keep it real. This is so hard to follow. Like, I'm gonna be brutally honest. It says the Joshua Sutter files. I don't even think he's mentioned Joshua in the last, like, 50 minutes. This is like, he's got to tell us the origins of, like, all these people he is associated with first before we even dive into the next bit. This is fucking crazy. What the hell? What the fuck, man? Oh, I don't have cut anymore. I'm going to have to give it to Skitty.
Device, but we'll get to that shortly. The major highlight of this case would center around Deborah Plowman, cited by both White and Silva. According to the Sun Sentinel, Boaz had claimed to see Plowman take Vitakin in front of him, presumably at the Bikers Club in Osceola County, Florida. She was arrested at her home in Chicago, Illinois, and later traveled to Florida to face drug trafficking charges. All the while, she was proclaiming her innocence. It would only be later during her interrogation conducted by Boaz where he would realize the same. He had the wrong woman. Not only did he have the wrong suspect, the woman he was looking for had a very different appearance than Plowman. Quote, "It turned out Plowman was the wrong person and looked much different from the woman Boaz saw in the bar that night. The differences include Plowman being 7
gone
years
so
older,
far down the rabbit
3 inches
hole we've
taller,
hit now.
55 pounds heavier, and with green eyes, brown hair, and no tattoos. The woman Boaz claimed he saw taking drugs had blue eyes, jet black hair with purple highlights, and was covered in tattoos, according to the lawsuit and jail records. Boaz was in fact describing a woman who went by the name Sin, aka Christy Persabilla. Even after realizing he had the wrong person, Boaz would continue with the questioning, particularly about her husband, Peter James, whom apparently was the reason for the mistaken ID, as Boaz was investigating him. However, nothing would really come of that. According to White in his document, Boaz never informed anyone of this. This perjury would only be revealed later during the lawsuit that Plowman had brought against the man, of which he would come to win, and be rewarded $30,000 in damages. The cracks would only continue to show in this case, even after the devastating blow Plowman's defense had
See, now
dealt.
we're on Blow,
All of the other charges made
Plowman,
towards the
and
gang members
Boaz.
regarding
Like,
inciting violence
now
and the
we're
use of a
talking-
destructive
okay.
device would be dropped by the...
We were on, for a second, we were talking about Getty. So these are people connected to him, connected to another person, connected to another person. This is all linked. Somehow this is all fucking linked. What the actual fuck is going on? Somehow this is all linked. Okay, Leech Seed is a very good move. It is a very good move to have, but Growth is also a good move to have. But like, Stun Spore is important. I already have Leech Seed on one of my Mons. I don't know if I should really get 2 Mons with Leech Seed. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't know, fuck. I have so many grass types, I don't know what to do with them. This one's a better special attacker. This one's a much better special attacker. I think leaving Growth on it is better. I think leaving Growth on it is better. I think having... Oh, fuck. I think having that is better. Shroomish can just be our, like, tanky... Not Shroomish. He's big now. He's big boy now. Why? Why? He's wait, why? So, great. So now I have to fucking, dude. He swapped out, now the XP is not going to be as much. Fuck this guy, dude. What the fuck? Whatever, dude. Fuck.
Prosecution, opting to pursue drug-related charges instead. The prosecution would give the Al Capone excuse by getting perceived valuable targets to plead to lesser charges. In this case, drug-related crimes instead of the more egregious violent crimes for which they were accused. Most in this case would plead guilty to these lesser crimes. However, Carlos Eugene Dubose would fight his charges. The same man that Crease had barred from joining the motorcycle division because his mother was Cuban. Dubose, just like his biker compatriots, was charged with both drug trafficking and threatening to throw a destructive device, facing up to 35 years in prison if convicted. Regarding the drug charge, he was able to receive a greatly reduced sentence. Initially accused of selling 28 grams of oxycodone to an undercover officer, it was discovered the FBI itself had cataloged a weight of merely 9 grams of the sold substance. Successfully reducing the charge, he went on to proclaim his innocence in any sort of bomb-making plot. This destructive device charge originating from a recorded conversation Boaz had with the man back in early 2009. According to Silva's article, Dubose spoke more hypothetically, and in more of a worst-case self-preservation scenario. Quote, "We're not looking to do anything. It's just a matter if we start going to war with somebody." This was seemingly the only instance of this conversation happening. Quote, to Dubose's point, the February 27, 2009 conversation he had with Boaz/Post was never developed any further over the next 3 years. Dubose's prosecution would also admit that this conversation was not the proverbial smoking gun they had hoped for. However, they claimed there were other conversations where such plans were made, but no recordings nor documentation of these alleged conversations could be found. Regardless, the judge would take Boaz's side in the matter, and Dubose would take the plea deal not long after. Even though the judge sided with the prosecution, Boaz's credibility would continue to dwindle with each passing hearing. One of the final court proceedings regarding Dubose would be with the matter of the man allegedly pointing a gun to Boaz's head, or so he claimed. However, there was a problem. He didn't report it. Dubose's defense calling him out.
Dude.
Quote, I've gone through 600 pages of transcripts, reports,
Oh my
and
God, I'm
supplemental
gonna lose
reports.
Aiden.
I don't find it anywhere mentioned in there. Are you telling me that there's some information that y'all did not
To a level
disclose to
15.
us? Boaz would insist he did indeed report the incident.
No, I can't.
This report, nor any such documentation of the report being made, could be found. The judge would ultimately side with Boaz.
I have a feeling
however,
this is all
shakily,
going to lead to
saying the
something,
evidence did
right?
somewhat support
There's no
Boaz's
way.
version
Okay.
of events, but still convicting him on drug trafficking and bomb solicitation.
There's no way this video doesn't have like a loop around where it loops back around to what's his face. This could, okay, I will say this could be the reason why the video doesn't have nearly as many views. It's a 2-hour-long video where it completely derails from the original topic, but I understand that it's probably because this is like a connection to these gangs, and he's probably gonna, like, later down the line, he's probably gonna say, what does Josh have to do with all of this? And then he's gonna say, well, he's this, and that, he's a part of this, or blah, 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 whatever. But, like, holy shit, man. What the fuck? Okay, beautiful. I can take on... actually, shit. I don't know why I swapped out to Fox. I actually don't know why I did that. If this thing has gust, I'm cooked. If this thing has gust, I'm actually
charges, citing the totality of evidence. Quote, the judge noted that Dubose did talk about having a bomb in the event of a war. Therefore, the court finds, viewing the evidence in its totality, that Dubose intended to obtain a destructive device for the purpose of injuring or causing damage to persons or property. Around the same time as the investigation into the SS Cavalry Brigade, another joint investigation would be conducted into the American Front in 2010. According to the Orlando Sentinel, the American Front was another Nazi-influenced group of white supremacists that had been rumored to be conducting combat training in rural Osceola County. Boaz would play another fairly major role in that operation as well. And just like the case of the Cavalry Brigade, according to the Orlando Sentinel, wouldn't end too dissimilarly during court proceedings. Out of the 14 members charged, only 3 would be convicted, and those convictions would carry light sentences. It would only be sometime in 2013, just before the trials of the arrested members of the American Front, where White's role in all this would come into play, and would be the reason for his FOIA request, his other lawsuits, and his incredibly lengthy filing made in 2020. The beginning of this turmoil would be during the Matthew Hale case, where Hale would come to be convicted of plotting to kill Joan Lefkoe, a sitting federal judge at the time.
What
According
does
to White's
this
very
have to...
lengthy document, Hale was unable to receive 28 USC 2255
We're on to, like, the new person.
because of his
Every
supposed tainting
5 minutes,
by
there's
his
a new
jury
person.
foreman. As a response, he would dox the foreman on his website, overthrow.com. Like, dog, you couldn't have just written an article or something? Why'd you have to dox the guy? Regardless, he claims he had no intent to solicit a violent felony. This was a way to fabricate pretext, or so he claimed. He had been charged with this, among other things, and convicted to 30 months in prison. However, White would file a motion for acquittal on First Amendment grounds, of which he would be partially successful. The district judge overseeing his case dismissing one of the charges levied against him in April of 2011, releasing him from prison the same month. However, the prosecution in this case would get the judge's decision reversed. Not only that, they would also grant the DOJ's appeal to slap White with even harsher sentencing. White, at this point, would flee to Mexico to allegedly escape justice, according to the DOJ. But he would claim it was because he feared for his life after he had been tipped off that
I wonder how
FBI
many people
informants
clicked
were
out the
planning to
video
kill
because
him.
of this constant
On page
rabbit holing.
81 of his lengthy filing, he states,
Yeah. Yeah. I just, okay. This is my biggest criticism of this video, is it's too long. I think a lot of these smaller segments where it deters into a deeper rabbit hole is like, you could definitely go shorter. Like, you could definitely make this shorter. Like, you can summarize this a lot faster than giving us, like, the full on, like, I mean, I don't know. To be fair, a lot of people like this type of content. Like, a lot of people are big into the whole, like, conspiracy theory. Not conspiracy theory. What am I saying? Sorry. A lot of people are into the whole, like, deep rabbit hole, like, fucked up shit. Like, but I don't know. This is, like, so deep to a point where it's like, what am I... Like, we are on to, like, the 50th person now that is involved in all of this shit. And I thought this was supposed to be the files for one guy, you know? Like, I don't know. Oh shit, defense harshly fell. Yeah, no, I'm not sticking around to see what this leads to. Yeah, we're done. We're moving out.
In April 2012, I received information that rogue FBI agents, which I now believe was a reference to the FBI operation involving CHS James Perazzo and Joshua Sutter, and FBI TFO Kelly Boaz were planning to kill me, specifically by raiding my apartment and shooting me while claiming I was resisting arrest. I viewed this information as credible. White would go on to say that during his time in Mexico, he did not have access to the internet. Rather, the devices he used were primarily burner phones and devices that had no internet connectivity capabilities. He would be arrested in Mexico and sent back to the US to face trial. Upon his return, additional charges would be added onto him, specifically for sending threats over Facebook to those involved in the dubious American Front case, including Kelly Boaz. White had no prior connections to any American Front members, nor any prosecution involved in the case, except Kelly Boaz, as he had been investigated by him. White saying, I had never heard of the American Front members involved in this case prior to my arrest and had no connection to them except that Kelly Boaz, an alleged victim, had investigated both of us. Given White's history with Overthrow.com, the juryman being a prime example, it certainly can be said that he did indeed send these threats, or at least is a prime suspect. However, the question needs to be asked. To what end? He had no direct connection to both the Cavalry Brigade nor the people involved in the American Front case, other than Boaz, and maybe Kreese, whom invited him to join, but he ended up ignoring the invitation email.
Okay, wait. We're getting connections here.
According to his filing, after his release from prison in 2011, most of his attention was focused on some fairly nasty divorce proceedings between him and his wife, and recouping the damage done to his rental properties. Why would he risk putting himself into deeper shit than he already was? In his 2016 FOIA request, White would cite a couple of cases around 2008 and 2009, reported on by the Orlando Sentinel, where some bikers were in the talks of targeting both Obama and the newly elected Orange County Sheriff, along with another accusation of a biker offering $1,000 to anyone who would shoot a black man riding an ATV in rural Osceola County.
What?
White claims that Boaz is to blame for both of these cases. He says given this pattern of behavior, he believes that Boaz, or someone at his direction, is responsible for the threats sent under his name, although we only have his word in that regard. I want to briefly provide some speculation, a hypothesis as to why and how White's Facebook page may or may not have been compromised. I'm just yapping here. Waffling, as the British would say.
Skibbity toilet riz.
So take it as just
Skibbity
that.
toilet riz.
This is assuming White's version of events are the correct interpretations. According to White, in 2010, he discovered his wife had embezzled $300,000 from his housing business and his Chapter 11 estate, among other crimes such as identity theft, all the while lying to him about it, only finding out after he had discovered his brokerage account had been emptied and closed. White stating she would go as far to go to the FBI and demand money she believed he had in offshore accounts during their divorce proceedings. According to White, the FBI had tried numerous times to entrap him during this period of release, one of which was confronting him directly not long after beginning his work with the American Free Press, the Barnes Review, and Iran's Fars news service, of which he later learned was owned by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and putting out a bunch of fake news articles about him, primarily by the Roanoke Times. Here's where the speculation comes in. It's clear that White's wife hated him and wanted to destroy him financially, or worse, coupled with the FBI gunning for his ass because he tried to counter their counter-intel operation. My hypothesis is White's wife had worked with them in some capacity. If she had access to sensitive info such as White's bank account, what else could she have access to?
How?
Facebook credentials, perhaps? Maybe.
If this is dead ass linked to the FBI, right? If this is all real shit that's going on, I mean, obviously it is real shit. There are real shit happening. But, like, if this is all, like, super serious real shit that's happening, how the fuck did this guy learn about all of this, bro? This is, like, FBI. Apparently these people are linked to the FBI. Like, fuck, what the hell? How? This is weird. This whole thing is so fucking weird. We went from talking about kids getting exploited to now we're fucking...
His wife encountered Boaz at some point, or vice versa.
I don't even know, man.
Hell, the way this reads, she could have just given him his password for all I know. However, White seems tech-savvy, as his skill set lies in web development. That does lend less credence to my hypothesis, as he likely has a good understanding of OPSEC. And at the same time, someone with a good understanding of OPSEC probably wouldn't send threats using their real name. Given who we're dealing with, it's tough to say. Although I think White is telling more truth than he isn't, he is willing to omit key details in claims that he's made, such as David Gleddy being arrested in Alabama and the FBI assisting him out of it. coupled with his prior history with Overthrow.com and him doxing a juror he didn't like, I'd say a good amount of skepticism toward his claims is very warranted. On the other hand, we have Kelly Boaz, a cop with a less than stellar policing history, a man who's willing to pose as a bomb maker to entrap people, and coupled with the fact that he's willing to commit perjury in Deborah Plomin's case, I think it wouldn't be too unreasonable to consider White's allegations. But that's just me. You may think differently. And just as a side note, he exposed one of the largest and oldest neo-Nazi movements in America, the National Socialist Movement, founded back in 1974, as being not only infested with informants, but being co-founded by one as well. You can find the documents in White's filing,
Okay,
or
finally.
you can read Ken Silva's article series about it, which is also pretty good. But that's a whole other adjacent rabbit hole.
You just went on a whole fucking crazy rabbit hole thing for an hour, man. But hey, at least we made it to kind of like a midway part. We made it to like a midway part where he's done with this rabbit hole. Now next stream we can go over the second half. So at least it's because I don't want to piss off Chris. He's the one he did donate for this. Did I already save? All right, chat. I can finally end stream, man. I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna go spend some time with my wife. We did a lot of progress in the game. Now for the Mozad connections. All right, I'm going to send you guys over to, if he's still streaming. I have no clue if he's still streaming or not. But I'm going to send you guys over to Flavorless. All right. Bye, everybody. Bye.